Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. How are you? Welcome, one and all. Greetings and salutations. Willkommen, bienvenue. Whatever. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Like me or not. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. A cold one with the boys.
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
Mary Santora is out sick
Yeah, we heard
today.
we had heard
And
that Brian was sick, and sometimes when two people are in the same household, they'll transfer that sickness to the other person.
Yeah, but you got to protect your bag. What do you say, Poundcake? You got to snatch your bag? You got to
secure the bag.
You got to secure the bag. You got to protect your money. Mm-hmm. Anybody in my house has even the slightest sniffle or cough, I go, I'm sleeping on the couch at the exact opposite end of the house. Daddy got to protect the moneymaker. She's filming her new hour in Philly this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
She's way too close to making this trip.
No, she's making it.
To get sick.
She's already having all this anxiety about it.
Not only did
getting
she
sick on top of it.
Not only did she jam up my Mare guitar, I don't care about Philly. I care about this. But I made it all right. You know what I did? In my infinite wisdom, I made it all right because I'm bringing in a guest judge today. Oh. Poundcake is going to fill in. I thought, well, if we can't have Mary in the window, we're on 420 today. We've done it with varying degrees of success over the last couple of days. These window contests that we do are really just kind of, they're a canary in the coal mine. They're kind of to see logistically how these things work and kind of with varying results.
Yesterday was pretty fun.
Yesterday was fun. It's been fun both days.
Mm-hmm. You know what? If you guys want to get me into a conservatorship, I think I'm on board with that now because you literally came in 5 minutes before showtime and told me that I am going to be the guest judge.
Yes.
And when you said...
You're not the guest judge.
No, you're not the guest judge.
Participating.
Yeah, that's right. You will be doing the Mare guitar part.
But when you said that, I was like, oh, okay, sweet. And then literally, as you just said it right on air right now, I'm like, ooh, who's participating in this? I thought it was like brand new. So, yeah, maybe I do need to have my mind checked.
No, I only found out a little after noon from Mary that she was sick and wouldn't be in. So I had to scramble. So you will be performing the air guitar in the window. The contestants will be outside. This is for a weekend in Detroit to see Metallica next fall. Our guest judge is going to be the great, legendary Ricky Rackman, who is the host of Headbanger. I couldn't have planned this any better. I planned for him to be in, but not for Mare guitar, right? He is, I think Cleveland is the very first stop on his spoken word tour. He's got a book. He's going to be telling stories. He's the legendary host of Headbangers Ball from MTV. He came up with all of those bands in the halcyon days of the Sunset Strip in L.A. He was a formative person in my life as a young metalhead. He's doing a thing at the Winchester in Lakewood tonight. And so he is going to be in as a guest judge for our final day of Mare Guitar. For the first day of Pound Guitar, he'll be a guest judge, and then we'll chat a little bit about the book and whatever else is going on with him. But I'm very excited to see Ricky Rackman a little bit later on, and Poundcake will be in the window. I thought, who could we do? Because I thought, well, I get Bill could do it. But why when we have Poundcake at our disposal?
I got to run
Right?
the cameras.
He's got to run the camera.
I do have some rock star
Poundcake
hair, though.
doesn't know the songs, doesn't know the solos. Not that you have to, but it certainly can't hurt. And so in Mary's stead, he will be, people will be competing against Poundcake for the last pair of tickets to see the Metallica M72 tour, which is next November at Ford Field in Detroit. They're only doing about a dozen U.S. dates and a dozen dates overseas over the course of 2 years. So this is not a heavy schedule for Metallica. They've earned the right to do whatever they want to do, whenever they want to do it. So this time around, they're doing 2 shows in every city, Friday nights and Sunday nights. 2 shows in every city with a completely different set list both nights and completely different opening acts both nights.
Okay, can I see that again?
That first night is that Pantera. People are hesitant to call it a reunion. The new Pantera. Reimagining with Phil Anselmo, Zach Wilde, Rex Brown, Charlie Benanti, but behind the drums. That first night is Wolfie Van Halen and Pantera, and that second night is Five Finger Death Punch and Ice Nine Kills. So 420, as we had the last 2 days, we'll do Mayor Guitar with Poundcake filling in, and the great Ricky Rackman is our guest judge.
Love that.
Very excited about that. I'll also have...
Now, if you look at Poundcake, he's getting warmed up.
Yeah.
It does not look like he is playing air guitar.
It's
What about some air piano?
This is not an air that's better. He goes, my skills lie more in tickling the ivories.
Well, the way you had it, like you had your one hand out, but then your other hand was just going
way
up and down.
yes.
Just like
if we had panned up a little bit further, it would have looked like you were having a
What
whole
about air banjo?
Same thing as air guitar. Yes,
similar.
Yeah. If you want to channel Dick from Dayton while you're doing it.
Ooh, my muscles look really good in the video.
He's already complimenting his own muscles.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow, by the way, will be the penultimate weigh-in for Poundcake. Our last live show of the year is next Thursday, and those are the days we weigh him in. He had a good week last week, or you didn't? You gained a little
he was
bit,
up.
right?
No, I
Okay,
gained.
but you were within striking distance. You were very, very close.
I had like 4 pounds left.
Very close.
Poundcake, are you feeling strong with those muscles?
No, I don't feel strong. I think
Okay,
they're
I was
all
gonna
just for show.
Okay.
Those are your. Are you saying those are your show
Those are
muscles?
his show muscles.
Yeah,
Huh.
I think they're just for
Those
show.
are his glamour muscles.
They're really big.
No,
but I can't do things with them.
No, but you're not
he's
working
doing
out.
all right.
I have really big muscles.
Yeah, he's
because
all
my
right.
He's
body's
been
so
lifting.
small.
He's got some buys.
I haven't been.
You got to
lifting.
work on the
You're trying to give
tries.
me
If you want the
credit.
full arm, you got to work on the tries too. You can't just have you can't have a flat back on your arms. But he's doing okay there. Looks good. So we'll weigh him tomorrow, and then the very last weigh-in will be next Thursday, when we'll discover if he makes his goal weight of 172 pounds. If he does, Mary will pay him $200.
I'm gonna go direct.
If he does not, he owes her $500. That is irrespective of if she's here. Mary's last show of the year, because she's in Philly until next Wednesday. So she'll be here, theoretically, for the last live show of the year. But if something gets jammed up with the travel and she's not here for the last show, we're still going to weigh you.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to be here to know what the result is.
I don't care what the result is. When I leave the show next Thursday, I'm walking across the street and picking out on some Shake Shack.
You should.
I have not had fast food. Like, I was craving, when we were talking about Shake Shack and, like, Big Macs and all these things that I have not had for months. Since Vegas was the last time I really had, like, fast food. I was munching on White Castle. That was the last time I went through a fast food restaurant. So now I'm going to Shake Shack, and I'm picking. I'm going to get burger.
Has it just been, has the whole process been just hellish, or do you feel better? Or
no, I don't feel any
You don't feel any
different. My clothes fit different, and that's the best part. Now that I told you.
You don't feel healthy.
The rim of my clothes is no longer wet. Like, it's from my fat fold. Like, now I don't have a fat fold anymore. So now,
Wait, what's not wet?
The like rim of my clothes, like the
hem?
the hem of my pants or whatever.
Why were they wet?
Because it was like sweat underneath there.
Oh, sweat. Okay. Sweaty. Okay, I thought you
yeah,
meant
like I was stretching my pants for dear life. So they're like, all right, get skinny now.
He was really testing the limits of that fabric.
Yeah. So
Well, and I don't mean to be insensitive. Minutes before the show, one of our lovely sales people, Michelle Allen, goes, "Do you like?" She's always very sweet to me. She goes, "Do you like Shake Shack or not Shake Shack? You like Chick-fil-A?" She had a gift card. I said, "I don't eat Chick-fil-A," but I said, "But I'd love to give that to Poundcake," and so I passed it on to him because I know he likes it very much. So I didn't mean anything by that. I just know that you like Chick-fil-A.
no, I'm gonna.
I wasn't trying to throw you off.
These are all things.
Figured you could use that to celebrate.
A listener gave me, I think her name is Geraldine. She gave me like $30 worth because it was my 30th birthday. She gave me $30 worth of Chick-fil-A.
She's the best. She's really sweet.
Yeah, she gives me all the great stuff.
Let me ask you this: Will your celebration meal differ based on whether you win or lose?
No, because I know I have been putting.
You'll just
in the
be
work.
happy for it to be done.
I'm happy for it to be done, but I know I put in the work. The fact that I put together my before and after picture and it's so dramatic, I know regardless of if I made it on time, I know that I was dieting and I still have not had fast food.
You've seen that before and after, right, Bill? You've seen the side-by-side he did?
Yeah, it looks great.
It's impressive.
He's doing a very good job.
I'm not posting it until the day. I never looked at the difference, and now that I see that, I'm like, I'm proud of myself no matter what. So
His pants are fitting better. His hair is fitting better.
He doesn't have wet britches.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that wet britches were part of the equation.
I replaced wet pants for wet socks, and now they're just all. Yep.
All right. Well, good. All right, plenty to get to today. Let me take a break here. If you want to text anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Let's hear what the idiot has to say.
But you're gonna love what he doesn't have to say.
Love.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
You know who this is, Cody?
Bee Gees?
Bee Gees, Bill. That's what he said.
Honestly, it's not his worst guess ever.
You know the name Isaac Hayes?
Yes, I do.
You know from South Park?
Yes.
He was chef
Yep.
on South Park. He's been dead for about 15 years now. He had a stroke, but boy, he was one of the biggest back in the day. And any chance I get to listen to Isaac Hayes, I'll take it. But somebody reminded me when we were talking about Kirstie Alley, Isaac Hayes was a big Scientologist, too. As far as celebrities go, they'll take whoever. And so I don't know if what his plans were for his post-living on this planet situation, but, you know, no shortage of celebrity Scientologists. Just when we were talking about Kirstie Alley yesterday, because she was OG. I mean, Scientology started in the 50s, but, I mean, celebrities, I don't think we're really talking about it until like Travolta and Tom Cruise and, you know, Kirstie Alley. But Beck is a Scientologist. Elizabeth Moss, you know who that is?
I didn't know Beck was a Scientologist.
Jason Lee, Ethan Suplee.
Ethan Supley's a Scientologist, too.
And Giovanni Ribisi.
Yeah, because Beck married Giovanni Ribisi's sister, Marissa Ribisi. I don't know if they're still married, but he did a while ago, and they were all Scientologists.
And Ethan Suplee is married to, who's the girl from the Woody Harrelson movie where they kill people? Natural Born Killers.
He's not married to Juliette Lewis.
He's married to Juliette Lewis's sister.
Ah, okay.
And I think she's also a Scientologist.
Yeah, I would imagine that if you're in Scientology, I don't know that that's one where like you marry a Catholic. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like so specific and weird that I don't know.
Like when you marry like someone in another religion because they want you to now. It's your mission
Bring
to
them
convert
in,
that person.
Yeah, that's no reason to marry somebody. That's silly. Like, you know, Catholics, when my mom and dad got married, it was a big deal in the 60s that my dad wasn't Catholic. He was in the Deep South, and he just didn't grow up with a religion. Because I would ask him, I'd say, so you're from the Deep South, and there was no... He goes, well, I guess my family technically was Baptist. But he's like, but I didn't grow up with religion. He goes, and it wasn't anything that suited me.
Must have been nice.
And so when he... was marrying my mom, it was a big deal that he wasn't Catholic. This is 1969 they got married.
I just think that's weird when people will ask someone to convert because their families, like, they're not doing it because they believe in it. They're just doing it.
The formality.
Yeah, the formality of it. Like in the movie My Big Fat Greek Wedding, he converts to be a Greek Orthodox Catholic or whatever they were.
I mean,
and that was a big deal to them. And he's like, I don't care. I'm just trying to make you guys shut up because I want to marry this lady that I love.
Yeah, I mean, but in the 60s,
I get it.
In the 60s, interracial marriages were so taboo still that marrying someone from a different religion was called a mixed marriage. And so, like Ivanka Trump converted to Judaism for Jared Kushner, right? It's not that big of a deal anymore because it's such a cosmetic change, that they just go, yeah, that's fine. But back then, my dad told my mom, if that's what you want me to do, that's what I'll do. And it was important to her. Now, it took him 30 years to do it. She didn't do it right away.
I love that.
But also it was like because my dad didn't have a problem with like we went to mass every Sunday. We all went to Catholic school. We all got baptized. Like my dad didn't have a religion, so he didn't care. He was happy to go along with all that, right? He wasn't sitting at home while we were in church. Like he was like, yeah, he loved my mom and it was fine. But then I think it somehow got more important or I don't know what. So my dad eventually did end up converting officially to Catholicism when I was in college, so 30 years ago. And when he was in the hospital, when he passed away this past summer, he was, 2 separate priests gave him last rites because it looked like he wasn't going to last the first weekend and then he lasted another week. But there are a lot of celebrity Scientology, if you know who Chick Corea is, I'm a big Chick Corea fan. If you're into jazz fusion, you know who he is. Nancy Cartwright.
Oh, yeah.
Who does the voice of Bart Simpson and Nelson Muntz. And she's Ralph Wiggum and she's Todd Flanders. She does all these voices. Nancy Cartwright's I remember Nancy Cartwright a few years ago shot a movie here in Cleveland called In Search of Fellini. And she flew in all the crew from L.A. They were all Scientologists. You know, there are people who work in local film production who would probably like those gigs. You know, when you're shooting in a city, you're using a lot of local crew. And the story was that Nancy Cartwright flew in her crew because they were all Scientologists from L.A. I don't know if that's 100% true, but that was the story that I had heard, was that she was very specific. You know, you don't want to be surrounded. What do they call them? Tom Cruise talks about them all the time. You don't want to be surrounded by suppressive people.
Mm.
And so maybe that's what she was going for there. But somebody had reminded me when we were talking about Kirstie Alley that Isaac Hayes is also resting in the arms of Xenu, or whatever they believe. Kirstie Alley died of colon cancer. They didn't say that in the initial reporting, but that's one of those things where by the time you get diagnosed with it, there's not much you can do. But the stories about Kirstie Alley was that she died after a short illness with cancer. And I was reading about how colon cancer is very much on the rise in young people, and they're not quite sure why that is. About 50,000 people a year die from colon cancer. She was 71, and her family said that it had only recently been discovered. I don't know how recent is. First of all, Kirstie Alley looked awesome for 71. It's really hard to determine now with filters and photos and makeup and contouring and all that stuff, male or female. It's really hard now to figure out what a certain age is supposed to look like. I mean, look at me, Bill. I'm 51,
You're
right?
only 51.
I can easily play 27.
I don't know about that.
I can easily play 27.
I don't know.
I have a very youthful look about me. Very youthful.
Just putting your hands by your face doesn't make you look 27.
Yes, watch. 51, 27.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let me get the mic out of the way.
Okay. Is it because you're hiding your neck?
Shut up, Bill. Boy, I'm trying. I am getting like the stretchy neck. I'm getting really self-conscious.
It might be time to move into a big, fluffy turtleneck phase of your career.
Is that a phase? Big fluffy turtleneck phase?
I don't know.
I associate it with women getting older. When I'm doing my routine at night, because I have a routine. I brush, I floss, I rinse, I moisturize, right? I notice.
Grow a beard, man.
I probably will.
Grow a beard.
Because we're done after next Thursday, and I probably won't shave over the vacation. So when I come back. Yeah, but that doesn't help. Because
I'm not even seeing what you're seeing.
Well, you can't see it that far away. But if I, like at night, if I'm looking in the mirror and I kind of move my neck, I'm getting like, they call it crepey skin. I'm getting a little crepey neck skin.
Oh, like a light crepe. It's a very light crepe.
Well, all right.
Also, you don't want your beard going that far down.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That wouldn't help because I still kind of trim it. I don't let it get all crazy. I'll still trim it a little bit.
But you can let it get, you get a pretty full beard, so it'll distract from it.
It's all white.
But again, I think big turtlenecks is the way to go.
Big turtleneck. Mm-hmm. That's just what big...
Or you could start wearing handkerchiefs, like...
ascots?
Ascots and stuff
and
like
dickies,
that.
brocade dickies?
Yeah.
Right under my jacket?
That'd make it be a good, powerful look for you.
Yeah,
That's what all the
I gotta drop
confirmed bachelors would wear back in the 70s.
Right. Like Paul Lynde and Liberace.
Yeah.
The guys who
Very masculine
they
look.
just couldn't find the right gal. Yeah, maybe turtlenecks. I got a couple somewhere in my stash. But I still got to lose about 10 more pounds before I'm going to be in turtleneck shape.
I think
Get a rotisserie
turtleneck.
chicken.
I think everybody's in turtleneck shape.
No. If you're a guy, you can pull off a turtleneck, but you got to have, like, you can't be walking around with little, poochy moobs. You got to make sure that you're
got to just wear
you're right and tight. And I'm about 10 pounds
You're
away.
trying to wear like a real tight turtleneck.
Well, a fitted turtleneck.
Yeah, I'm talking more like a
Gorton's fisherman?
Yeah.
Like I'm out casting my line off
that's a great look.
Coast of Wales. Ernest Hemingway. Yeah, that's a fine look. That's not the one I'm trying
Start
to
smoking out of a pipe.
Right.
Get a little corncob pipe going.
Arr, let me tell you
got
about
the
my
captain's hat
tales.
from when we used to do.
I do have the captain's hat. I think I got crushed.
Did it?
Yeah. I
Probably
think an old intern of ours crushed it. Hey, listen, so Kirstie Alley, of course, died of colon cancer, and it's something to watch out for because it's growing among young people. It is the third most commonly diagnosed type of cancer. And, when I had my colonoscopy.
Does vaping cause it? Is that why?
Vaping? I don't know about that. I would think that'd be more in the lung variety. I think that would be farther north than as south as colon cancer.
They don't know the effects of vaping yet, and maybe it gives you colon cancer.
Oh, boy. Well, when I had my colonoscopy last summer and was given a clean bill of health, I'm not really, colon cancer, I think, is also one of those things that can run in the family, and I don't have anything like that. I got no issues genetically south of the border, but I still had to get myself checked out because it's recommended when you're north of 50, and so I did that, and everything was fine. And I'm not supposed to have one for another few years.
When is your follow-up with Dr. Berglund?
It is the beginning of February.
Okay.
I have to submit a sample.
That long?
Which I will. Well, he says they can live for 90 days.
All right.
So until then, I'm wrapping it up. Which, as you know, I have no issues with. Boy, vasectomies are in the news. Alec Baldwin's wife is like, I hope he gets a vasectomy.
Oh, 13 kids later.
Yes, this poor son of a bitch.
Numbers.
Oh, my God, this guy. I like how all of a sudden she's like, I think we might be done. You think this guy wanted to have 6 kids after 60 years old? I know the wife's hot. Boy, that her being fake Spanish story sure went away fast. Between Alec Baldwin killed someone on set and his wife has been faking being Spanish, they've had a hell of a year. And so the story...
Why was she faking being Spanish?
Because she's like, Ilaria. She's been telling all their kids' names. They got these kids look translucent. They're so white. And they're all named like Alejandro, and And all of her friends were like, she's Hillary from Boston. We don't know what this is.
But why did she do that? Why?
I don't know. She wanted everyone to think she was exotic. Maybe that's how she roped Alec Baldwin.
Because she was saying that she spent time there at some point for like an extended period of time.
It's basically her.
That wasn't a thing either.
It's basically her. This was fodder for people wanting to make fun of us liberals. Because they go, hey, she identifies as Spanish.
They ain't wrong.
You got to handle it. And I was like, all right, well, whatever. I don't care if she is or not. I just still think she's cute. But I love the notion, because she wanted these kids. She's making it sound like Alec Baldwin needs to get snipped. I think I'm done. Yeah. This poor guy can never stop working, ever. He's got to be like pushing 70. And these pictures are like them on the couch with 6 kids under the age of, they have a 10,
right?
They have a 10-week-old and they have an 11, they have a 10-week-old, they have a 22-month-old, and they have kids all the way up to 9. They got a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old. This poor son of a bitch is sitting there. He's like, oh, and to hear him tell it, he's like, oh, I'm at that point in my life where I love it. I love coming home and there's all these kids. And I have no reason to doubt him. But, his wife's like, I think I'm done having kids. And words always give you away. When you say, I think I'm done having kids, it means like he's not even a part of it, other than the obvious reasons. But no guy wants to be. And listen, he's a wealthy guy, but he can never stop working. He's not a billionaire. So he's 64, she's 38. And between him and the guy from some guy over on CBS this morning, guy named Tony Ducapol, he's married to Katie Tur over at NBC, who's real foxy. He made a big show about the fact that he got a vasectomy. And the guys who are getting these vasectomies, they go, I just wanted to do my part in the family planning because it's always been the burden of my wife. You know, they take it as like this big rah-rah, you know, let's hear it for the girls thing rather than just like, I just didn't want to wrap it up. I guess his wife is on birth control, but they did a whole thing on CBS this morning. Granted, I spoke here on this show about my vasectomy. I didn't make a big thing about it. They did a whole segment. Guys, look into it because don't let your lady bear the burden by herself of blah, blah, blah. And he's a 41-year-old guy. And they've had the kids they're going to have. I never minded wrapping it up. It'll be fine now. He made reference to a book called Ejaculate Responsibly, which, I mean, I don't know. I take great umbrage at the notion that there are irresponsible ejaculations. The ejaculation doesn't know where it's going. That's on you. There's no irresponsible ejaculation.
Even sometimes I don't know where it's going.
But it's not irresponsible.
It's not irresponsible.
You're responsible for it.
It's going to end up in a place that's okay for it to go, but sometimes it can just have some velocity to it that you're not expecting.
See, I always know where mine is going.
Because you got
It's going into a reservoir tip.
Well, sometimes mine's going into a reservoir throat.
But to do it irresponsibly or responsibly, that's a terrible misnomer. Don't instill your ejaculate with, you're supposed to instill it with confidence. It's that brain-body connection. You start making your ejaculations feel insecure or irresponsible, that's no way to go through life. So CBS anchor Tony Ducapol on a big deal about him getting a vasectomy. Hey, Eric.
Yes.
What's up?
How you doing? Hey, I had a vasectomy, maybe when I was 26. I had 5 kids.
Good for you.
Wait, you had 5 kids by the time you were 26?
You had 5 kids by the time you were 26?
I work very fast, sir.
Jesus. What do you live in, Massillon or something?
No, Cleveland.
Wow. I mean, there's stuff to do here.
So my dad was like, all right, that's it. We're setting it up. And took me and everything, got me fixed right then.
Your dad's the one that's like,
yeah, he's like,
all right,
I got
enough.
Yeah, he goes, you're prone to making bad decisions, which means I'm going to end up raising these kids. He's like, let's cut it off right here.
I was married.
Yeah, but holy cow.
But anyway, the whole thing, though, is you're saying, like, you're still going to wrap it up. But, you know, when you pull the bullets out of the gun, there's nothing coming out. Like,
No. They're still alive for 90 days after the procedure.
Alan just got his.
I just got mine on Veterans Day.
Yeah, I know. I listen to you every day. But I'm saying you're not continually, like, you take a shower and just handling business?
Right, but what I'm saying is they can still, what the doctor told me. This is what happens with guys like, oops, got a vasectomy, guess it didn't work, nailed it with my wife. Yeah, because you didn't wait.
No, I understand. But, I mean, if you're still, exercising your ability in the shower, you're
in the shower.
Releasing it.
Right.
You're releasing it.
Right.
You're releasing it. It'll be done. You don't create anymore. They've already cut those lines.
You do create more, and they're still, the ones that you've got are still alive is the point. So
Alan's going to be careful.
I'm not somebody who leaves a great deal to chance, and I'm certainly not leaving this to chance. So when he tells me, hey, in 12 weeks, you're going to submit a sample so we can make sure everything is DOA, that's all I need to hear. They can live for 90 days. When the urologist tells me that, that's the information that I go with.
I believe I didn't have any extras when I continued, but I made sure right away when I was able, I was I was emptying the chute, man,
Right.
as many times as I could.
Well, listen, I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be a lot of fun. So there you go. There's a little sperm news for you. Unscheduled, but, a little responsible ejaculation there. I got to take a break. If you want to text for something, 35192. If you want to watch, you can do that at alancoxshow.com and listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? We got our final day of Mare Guitar here at the window for those Metallica tickets. Mary's out sick. Calling an audible. Poundcake will perform in her stead, and we'll be joined by our celebrity judge, the great Ricky Rackman, former host of Headbangers Ball. He's on a spoken word tour, which I believe kicks off tonight at the Winchester in Lakewood. Get to their Facebook page. You get all the details there on that, so we'll catch up with him a little bit later on. Cavaliers over LeBron and the Lakers last night.
Yeah.
116-102 was the final there. So good news for them. What's his name over at Cleveland.com? What's the guy's name? Wrote that, I forget what the guy's name is. I'm going to give him props, but, Jimmy Watkins. He said LeBron's return home proves the Cavaliers are no longer defined by his greatness, which is a good place to be. So the Cavaliers win last night. They'll play the Kings here at home of Sacramento. Friday night, that's 7:30. And then they'll finish the homestand against the Oklahoma City Thunder Saturday night at 7:30 before they hit the road. Donovan Mitchell upstages LeBron James was one of the other write-ups on the game. And if you want to get any appropriate gear from CLE Clothing Company this month, for the holidays and everything else, you can use the promo code JOLLY, Jolly, and that'll get you 20% off whatever you get over there. Now, if you need stocking stuffers and you're prone to giving people, something a little salty, Bill apprised me of this earlier, that Darius Garland is joining the ranks of athletes with their own snacks. The Darius Garland Crunchland chips are going to be available at Heinen's stores. Darius Garland's barbecue flavored chips. They'll also come in salt and vinegar, and they'll come in another flavor.
Barbecue, salt and vinegar, and
sea salt,
yeah.
Salt and vinegar. Mm-hmm. See, that's two flavors because they're both salt flavors. You got barbecue, you got sea salt, and then you got salt and vinegar.
Salt and vinegar is a much different chip than a sea salt.
Yeah, but
sea salt's just like a regular chip.
Yeah.
Salt and vinegar is taking you to the brink of pain.
Oh,
what's it going to do to the sides of your mouth?
Your mouth curls up and squinches up. Okay. Well, if you want your chips that put you on the brink of pain, then there you go. And also, I think sea salt is mostly marketing too. Most people, I don't think, could pick out sea salt.
Well, it's just like
on there,
regular,
regular salt.
I mean, we can just use regular old lake salt like we have here for.
Yup.
Oh, you want sea salt?
So when you're at Heinen's and you've got an armful of Chub Crunch, still trying to unload that stuff, you can grab some Darius Garland. Again, why they didn't go with Darius garlic chips, I think, is a misfire. Instead, they went with two versions of salt and a barbecue. But as far, listen, he joins a pretty rarefied air there. A lot of Cleveland athletes have had their own food, right? Didn't Omar Vizquel have salsa 100 years ago?
Yeah, I think he had salsa.
There's the Tito Francona marinara. I don't know if they still sell that, but I know I would see that somewhere. This pizza shop on the other side of our building here that went under. Been there for 100 years, and I guess COVID took it out or something.
Yeah, when we finally moved down here.
And they closed. But they're going to reopen it, and I guess Tito is one of the investors or something.
Really?
Yeah.
Same location?
Same room, yeah.
Good.
But I remember when I was a kid. No, I shouldn't say when I was a kid. This would have been mid-'90s. But I didn't know who LeBron James was when I started chewing LeBron Lightning Lemonade gum. Bubblicious had come out with, they used to have a flavor called Lightning Lemonade. And then it had to have been when LeBron was a rookie. He was a young dude, and they had LeBron Lightning Lemonade gum. And I didn't know who LeBron James was. But I assume that he had a hand in making the flavor. I'm sure he was there in a lab coat with beakers. A lot of trial and error in the research development department.
His true passion is making gum flavors.
Yeah, food science.
He just does the basketball thing to support that. Because he also has the remix, the Sprite. He had that. I don't think he's with Sprite anymore. But the Sprite remix, that was pretty popular too, where it was like cranberry flavor or something.
I remember Flutie Flakes.
Oh, yeah.
Doug Flutie was the guy. We had him on the Bears for a hot minute. Once Jim McMahon bailed from the Bears after they won the Super Bowl, we got a guy named Doug Flutie, who was like 4 feet tall. But he was a big deal with the Bills, I think. And when he was with Buffalo, they had a cereal called Flutie Flakes that was very popular. Bills Mafia ate that crap up.
It was pre-Bills Mafia. They weren't even calling themselves that yet.
They were still calling themselves the Bills Cosa Nostra back then.
Nah.
So a lot of Cleveland athletes have had, you might remember Jim Tomei toe sauce. No? Nobody remembers that? Legendary White Sox player Jim Tomei toe sauce?
Maybe he did that when he was with the White Sox. That wasn't with the Indians.
I guess so. Do you know what today is, by the way, Poundcake?
No.
It's a date that will live in infamy.
Okay. Pearl Harbor?
Pearl Harbor.
There you go.
He did it. I knew he'd get it. It's so well known that he wasn't going to whiff that.
Okay, Pearl Harbor.
Yes.
Okay.
Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor.
It was the attack on Pearl Harbor.
Where is Pearl Harbor?
Where is Pearl Harbor? Do you know that?
It's in Hawaii.
See, he knows.
Yeah, he knows his
got it.
history. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
I saw an Onion article that was Josh Hartnett visits Pearl Harbor for the first time since the movie.
Yeah. God, I remember watching that movie, Pearl Harbor. What a terrible movie.
I never watched it.
I think it was a Michael Bay joint, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was over at some girl's house, and we were sitting there, and it was kind of that thing where, like, you need something to do before you know you're going to start going at it.
Netflix and chill before Netflix and chill.
That's
It's just like,
DVD
hey, do you
and
want to
chill.
come over and watch a movie?
Yeah.
That was always a thing.
And
You
Pearl
weren't gonna
Harbor
watch
was
a
on.
movie.
But I remember falling asleep and waking up and having to trying to get my arm out of the bear trap, you know, and I couldn't really do it. I just wanted to not make a big deal out of it. But the movie had long stopped playing, but the menu music was playing over and over and over and over again. It was driving me crazy. And so I wanted to get out of there just as much for that as anything else. But December 7th, 1941, of course, Pearl Harbor, 2,400 Americans were killed. It did not really work out for Japan.
Why? What happened after that?
Well, we dropped a couple of bombs on them. And
it was just one.
What?
I thought it was just one bomb.
Really? What was the bomb called? You thought we dropped one?
Atomic bomb.
Atomic bomb on Japan.
Yeah, I thought that's all they needed. It was just like, they dropped a bunch of on us, and then it was just like, we'll be one and done. This will be fine. And that was just...
Well, do you know why they attacked us? See, they were trying to take over a bunch of... they were going to be doing a bunch of stuff in Southeast Asia against, like, the UK and the Netherlands and all this stuff. And they thought if they took out our fleet, that we wouldn't F with them, because we were hanging back from World War II. And so they thought if they came in, surprise attacked, all these kamikaze pilots methed out, and they were going to destroy the Pacific Fleet, except they missed the oil tanks. They missed a lot of very important things. And so we said, hold my beer. We're coming to kick your ass. And we did not drop one bomb on Japan.
So why did we stay? And I'm sorry if I read this in the history books. I don't remember. I just don't remember everything. Why did we stay out of the Second World War as long as we did?
Well, we had the benefit of being over here in the United States.
So
And
it
that
just
was all
didn't
going
concern
on
us.
in the rest of the world. Yeah, we were like, we don't really have a reason Apparently the Holocaust was not a big reason for us to go in. But anyway, so what was the city that we bombed? We bombed one city.
Hiroshima.
Yes. What was the other city?
Nakasuma.
Oh, boy, so
Oh, he was close.
He was very close. Very close. You never heard the phrase fat man and little boy? Those were the code names they had given to those bombs.
No.
Fat man and little boy were the, I think there was a movie a long time ago called that. Nagasaki. Is the city that you're thinking of. Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
I was going to get, see, I never would have said Nagasaki.
What did you call it?
Nakasuma. Because I was thinking Kawasaki. It was too close to Kawasaki. And I didn't
He's like,
think
was
the
it
same thing.
Sakatuya? Was that the city that we destroyed?
Like in Office Space, not gonna work here
Not gonna
anymore.
work here. I was texting with my mom this morning because I think of on Pearl Harbor Day, I think of my parents because that was the last trip that they took together. So my dad's a veteran and he wanted very much to see Pearl Harbor, and my parents we didn't travel at all when we were kids, but as we all became adults, my parents started to travel. And so I remember it was very kind of out of character for my dad how much he loved Hawaii. This was 5-6 years ago they went. And he's like talking to my mom about how we could move to Hawaii? How could we live in Hawaii? And so my mom, she's like, I can't take trips anymore because I'd want to take your dad. Because of what she's like, I could take your sister, but I'd feel bummed out because your dad's not there or whatever. But it was like a big deal that she was able to go to Pearl Harbor with my dad. And so I always think of them on this date. Alan Poundcake must have slept through every World War II class he's ever been in. Well, I don't assume you probably learned about World War II mixed in with just more general history.
I learned about World War II from the European standpoint of it, not from the American standpoint. I never
But the Europeans know what happened in Japan.
But
they know that we dropped more than one bomb.
But I hear more about World War II from, the Nazis and Hitler and stuff like that. I didn't know a lot of America's history in World War II. I just know once America got involved in World War II, that was like the decline of it, right?
Have you ever heard of D-Day? Do you know what D-Day is?
I've heard of D-Day. D-Day.
It's not your kind of D-Day.
That was when they stormed the beaches of Normandy.
Say it again.
Normandy.
Please
Normandy.
say it again. This guy. He got it. Yes.
Normandy.
Normandy. You came and you gave without taking, and I sent you away, Normandy. Do you know the date?
I do not know the date.
But you know what it is. The invasion of Normandy. Good for you. June 6, 1944.
I played...
See, I always mix up June 6th and December 7th.
There was a GameCube game.
Because I always get one...
Oh, Pearl Harbor and D-Day?
Yeah, because I know it's around the same day. So sometimes I'll be like, oh, yeah, Normandy was June 7th, but no.
Alan, your mom would be able to take your new dad on trips. Shut! You son of a bitch.
Alan, this is your new dad.
Somebody texted me in the break. They're
New
like,
dads.
is your mom's new boyfriend Catholic? You son of a motherless whore. Don't even.
Or she gets one of the priests to quit being a priest.
Yeah, the gay one with her luck.
They'd have great trips. She'd have a great time.
Yeah, let's go back to Maui.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, boy. Poundcake should know that the Enola Gay was the plane that dropped the bomb. Why would he know that?
It's got the word gay in it. So if it's
is that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he had an aunt Enola. I misread that.
War's not fun, so I didn't read into it. I watched Saving Private Ryan, and the part where the guy's severely burned, and someone touched his legs, and then all the skin falls off. That scarred me, so I can't.
It's gross. Now, have you ever watched Shaving Ryan's Privates? That's a whole other movie.
I'm sure I probably breeze upon it.
You've breezed upon it? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
He's breezed upon it.
There's a lot of like, once they start with the theme music for porn, I'd kind of like zone out. They just need to make porn. If they're going to have a storyline, just don't include the corny porn music.
I actually agree with him on that. I don't like the music in porn.
What are you
Especially
watching?
when it's
Cartoon?
that.
It was that Mario Brothers. Yeah. That's not what they mean by Super Smash Bros. By the way.
Who is like a
What
porn music
music?
composer?
A porn music composer.
That has to be a job for someone.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. There's probably people.
Whoever it was, they also did the Weather Channel in the 90s. hear those? Pull that up on YouTube. Some of the old like Weather Channel music. It's very porny.
James Lynch was a guy who composed the music for hundreds of porno films.
He's like
Weather Channel forecast 1991.
Could you imagine
Yeah, that's right.
if he had a daughter and took her? He was like, "Dad, will you come to career day?" Like, no, that's okay.
My dad produces music for pornography.
Imagine how rich you'd be if when you're on Pornhub, that initial dum 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 dum, like the porn logo music.
Sure.
You get royalties for that.
This is Weather Channel from 1991. That doesn't sound very porny.
Yeah,
to
it's
me.
not very porny. But I feel like there's maybe when they got to the mid 90s, it was a little more porny. But... Oh, we're getting somewhere.
We getting some
regional conditions.
This?
Now we're getting somewhere.
1994.
The forecast accurate and dependable. Current regional conditions.
Yeah. At the iHeartRadio app, if you listen to us on there, you can always leave us messages too with the talkback button.
Hey.
Oop. Hold on, I want that.
Hey, Alan. You were talking about the rise in colon cancer in young people. It's probably because they got that 5G right in their back pocket. Radiation goes straight up your beehole. Stay safe.
Oh, the
phone in
5G
their
right
back
up your
pocket.
beehole.
5G right up your beehole.
That's why I use the 2G. You ain't gonna get anything on me.
They saw my colon, they scraping, trying to determine if my pipe is dirty. Making sure my blood is purty. Making sure my blood is purty. Making sure my blood is purty.
Yeah.
Making sure my blood is purty.
Oh, that 5G.
That's why I keep my phone in my front pocket, and then I don't get colon cancer. I just get throat
Testicular cancer?
No, throat colon, because it's in my shirt pocket.
Oh, I see.
It's not. 5G doesn't cause cancer; it causes colons.
Oh, that's what it is. You get more colons. Yeah. Now, are they all more prone to cancer then? Are you just exacerbating the issue?
Probably.
Okay. Speaking of the app, out of all of our bureau chiefs, we have some who are primarily viewers who watch on the live stream. We have a guy named Max. I don't know if he still is, but he was once a bureau chief in Tauranga, New Zealand, right there in the Bay of Plenty, northern part of the country. And New Zealand is in the news because there are farmers who are very upset about a proposed fart tax. You think our taxes are out of control here in the United States. Livestock farmers in New Zealand might be expected to pay a tax that would force them over the methane released when their animals burp and fart. I don't even know how you would measure this to tax them. But they're very upset. They're all up in arms over it. Sheep and beef. They're very upset over the proposed fart tax.
As they should be.
Responsible for more than half of New Zealand's emissions. And, there are 50,000 farms throughout New Zealand. 10 million cows, 10 million sheep.
That's a place I'd like to go, New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Yeah. Land of so many farts.
It's never... You could be a king over there, except you'd be taxed as soon as you got off the plane. Fat, you farts? Here's your tax. Sorry. Or maybe because they have so many sheep and cows there that you could
live tax-free.
Well, yeah.
I'm not livestock.
You mean duty-free? Bill?
No,
but I mean you could. Yours would be hidden among.
Yeah,
they could never find yours amongst all the.
They wouldn't be able to track my farts back
beef
to me.
and cows. No.
Yeah.
We could play him some Blues Traveler on the way there. That's John Popper's Intestinal Distress. They released it as a B-side. Yeah. Oops.
Don't we have a Batman?
Yeah, I do have a
remix
Batman
too?
one, too, yes. Did they shoot any of the Keaton Batman in New Zealand? I think maybe they did. It's an homage to New Zealand. Yeah. I'll tell you what. That Tim Burton does a hell. Forget who was composing all the porn music. Tim Burton and Danny Elfman. Boy, they work together. They put their heads together. What you see and what you hear, it's an experience.
Really makes you feel like you're in Gotham City.
That's right. Mm-hmm. So, listen, we've been warned about the colon issues, too, over the years.
Everyone that practices sodomy from the day of this message will get cancer in the butthole. It'll burn and burn and burn.
Mm-hmm.
I really want that as a ringtone. But I've heard this multiple times, and either I am defying all odds because I'm living with, anal cancer, or it doesn't work.
Because of all the sodomy you've done?
I mean, yeah, I haven't. I mean, I was a sodomite then, at least when I heard the message. Not so much now, but it's not like I really changed my thought process.
Perhaps you should.
I'm a sodomite at heart.
Maybe at heart.
At heart.
Yeah, at heart. You got to really get into his heart to find out where his love of sodomy comes from.
From the day of this message. It's self-destruct.
Mm-hmm. From the day of this message.
They were taking specimens of male semen and they were putting it in the blends of their lattes.
Remember when that guy was the craziest dude out there? Now it sounds almost quaint.
Yeah, that's like...
Based on all the other crazy, nonsensical stuff that's been in the ether now for the past 5-6 years.
If I found out that Starbucks was doing something like that, let me tell you.
You keep them in business.
Exactly. What are you talking about? I have Starbucks maybe twice a year.
There you go.
I'm not a Starbucks bitch. I'm dunking all day.
He's into the flat white.
But because they're highly overpriced. But I tell you what, if I found out that, I'd probably work there. They probably pay more than this show.
Wait,
I like that citrus tea that they make, though. They call it a med ball. They're really good. It's like mint tea and lemon, and ooh, that's delicious. I don't drink coffee, but that tea is dynamite.
Can I have a venti?
Venti.
A venti, yeah.
To this day, if my wife asks me to get her something from Starbucks, she has to text me what she wants because I will not remember it. And she pretty much gets the same thing all the time, but I'm always worried I'm going to trip over the order. So I need to read it on my phone. I go, please text me what you want and I'll go get it for you.
Why can't she
She's
order
like, it's
online?
just she'll tell me, it's just, I go, I know, but I'll get there. What's that?
Why can't she just order online and then you go pick it up?
Because I'm going anyway. Like if I'm going to get a tea or
but
something.
she could. But what he's saying is, she could just put the order in the app, and then you can just walk in and grab it.
Because I think where we go, I go to the one inside of our giant Eagle, and I don't think they'd mess with that. I don't think
they probably do.
I think I asked them, and I think they said no. It's just like a little kiosk. It's not like a drive-through or anything.
Which one you're talking about?
Yeah. Okay, listen, I got to take a break. I will have Babylon passes for you. Big film that's dropping right around Christmas. If you're into that 1920s Hollywood debauchery type vibe, it's Margot Robbie and Brad Pitt and an all-star cast. So if you want to get you want to pal away from the family for a few hours and go see a movie, it opens the day before Christmas Day, I think a couple days before Christmas. So I'll get you a couple of passes to go see Babylon coming back. 35192 to text for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Heartland to start playing.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, a couple of passes for a brand new film called Babylon. Damien Chazelle's new film. He's the guy behind La La Land and Whiplash. There's probably a third movie in there somewhere. It's an original epic set in 1920s L.A. Unbridled Hollywood decadence. Brad Pitt, Margot Robbie. It's in theaters only on December the 23rd. And I'll get you a couple of passes so you can go see it wherever it's showing. Good luck. 2 for Babylon. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show. Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Little Babylon Sisters. Steely Dan, brand new off the Gaucho album. Donald Fagen, Walter Becker, do it again. Not letting heroin slow them down one bit. Ode to the debauchery, the decadence in Los Angeles. Will they ever make it back home to New York? We don't know, but in the meantime, they got something more for you. I don't know. On the Buzzard! Hey, next week, by the way, we're only here 4 days next week. Next Thursday is our last live show of the year. But here's a rundown of what I'm going to have for you. They're getting ready to announce the lineup for next summer's Incarceration Festival. They do this out at the Ohio State Reformatory. It's going to be July 14, 15, and 16. And I will have passes for you next week. I'll have Monsters tickets. You dig hockey? They're going to play the Charlotte Checkers on December the 29th. And I'll have Cavs tickets for you when the Suns are in town on the 4th of January. So that's next week. By the way, speaking of festival, Stansbury's got Sonic Temple tickets next week.
Oh, yeah.
They're getting ready to announce the lineup of that, too. See, these festivals are smart because they sell you the tickets before they tell you who's coming. Because you know it's going to be a good lineup. You know Incarceration is going to murder, and you know Sonic Temple is going to be great.
And this is Sonic Temple's first time back
since COVID.
So they're going to probably pull out all the stops, and only the second year as Sonic Temple.
Yeah, it was Rock on the Range for a long time.
Yeah.
So Stansbury next week is going to have those Sonic Temple passes for you. That is May 25th through the 28th. It's now 4 days at Crew Stadium in Columbus. And so it's always a good time. So that's what's happening next week, FYI. I'll have Terry the Goat's video for you a little bit later on today. Al Marcinek runs Marcinek Farms out in Carlton, Pennsylvania. And on Wednesdays, he sends me a video of Terry making her NFL picks for Week 14. And then tomorrow, I'll have the picks for you.
Oh, yeah, you will.
But she's had she's kind of in a rut right now.
I mean, going 500 is really good for a goat.
The last 4 weeks, she's been around 5-5.
And after having the perfect week, I don't care if she loses all the games the rest of the season. Having a perfect week is insane.
She peaked in Week 8. She went 8-0.
8-0 in Week 8.
Yeah. Then she went 4-5, 5-5, 5-6, 5-5 again, and this past week, 5-5. So, to your point, coming off an 8-0 week for a goat is an amazing accomplishment. Going 5-5 as a goat,
pretty good,
is an amazing accomplishment. She should be a beacon, quite frankly, for any piece of livestock that aspires to get into sports betting. Right? This next coming year, 2023, is going to be a huge year for sports betting.
I haven't heard one thing about it.
That's why I'm telling you. It's been veritable radio silence around these parts on the subject of sports betting. I am just one guy trying to get the word out. So, we might see maybe Terry the Goat, maybe this, our humble little program, be a springboard for her to some partnership with some sports betting. I don't know. But in the meantime, I'll have her video today and her picks tomorrow. We have a special celebrity guest judge today as Mary is out sick for the final day of Mare Guitar. The great Ricky Rackman is going to join us in here. He's on a spoken word tour. You remember him, of course, as a legendary host of Headbangers Ball over on MTV. He was the owner of the infamous Cat House in Hollywood. He was a very formative figure in my youth as a metalhead. So he is doing a spoken word tour, which I believe kicks off tonight in Cleveland at the Winchester in Lakewood. So go to their Facebook page to get the details on it. But he is going to be in later on, and he's going to help me judge the final day of our Mare Guitar contest. Poundcake will be taking Mary's place today, but people who want to come up and win these tickets to see Metallica in Detroit next November, you'll have to pit your skills. Listen, you might think that you have an edge now, that it's Poundcake instead of Mary. Mary performed very well in the air guitar category. You might think that you can murder with Poundcake. But if you saw him practicing on video earlier in the show, in the live stream, like he'll give you a little taste right here. He'll tell you precisely what he's... Right? I like it. It looks like he's being shocked. It looks like that he's being electrocuted.
Yeah, it's like we're doing shock
but everybody,
Poundcake again.
sorry, pal. I didn't. What'd you say?
I said shocked with rock, man.
There you go. Shocked with rock, man. And yeah, so he looks like he's being electrocuted. But that's the beauty of air guitar. Everybody has their own way to perform. Everybody has their own vibe.
Looking back at it on the live stream, it looked like the guy that just had like a stroke on TV.
Oh, the guy with the Atlanta Hawks?
That was just like leaning back.
Yeah, that's what you look like. Maybe he was trying to tell us something. Maybe he was sending us a video message about how much he wanted to be a part of the Mare Guitar contest. So that final pair of tickets for next November at Ford Field to see Metallica, we'll do in the 420 segment. You can leave us messages anytime you like. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line is available to you. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey guys, Dexter Macker here. You guys were doing the Mare Guitar segment yesterday, and you did some Metallica songs from the Black Album on that. And some Metallica peers don't like the Black Album so much, but I gotta defend it. I think it's one of their best albums. Not even talking about the hits. Songs like Through the Never, Of Wolf and Man, God That Failed. These are Holier Than Thou. These are just great songs, and Metallica purists, don't appreciate them. I'm glad Metallica changed, evolved a little bit, and didn't just stay the same, do the same thing they were always doing. It's good as artists evolve, and look with that. I mean, it's one of the greatest bands we have today, and there's nothing wrong with that. So I'm going to defend the Black Album here. It's one of my favorite albums of theirs. Also, Alan, could you play St. Elmo's Fire by John Power Cake Show back?
Wait, play what? What did he say?
St. Elmo's Fire?
Oh, St. Elmo's Fire. Oh, my God. Wow, Dex, tell us how you really feel. Him going to bat for the Black Album. Listen, it was,
It's their most popular album, right?
That is one where the purists got all mad, but it exploded them to a wider audience, which is what every band wants. I mean, when we first listened to Enter Sandman, it's a 30-year-old song now, so you're so used to hearing it. But when you first heard Enter Sandman as a Metallica fan, it sounded like disco to you. It sounded like their first dance song. We were like, oh, because it wasn't thrashy. It was, but they had a new producer for the Black Album, a guy named Bob Rock, whose bona fides were pretty solid. So there's Dex going. And I got a couple of riffs that I pulled from the Black Album that I'll throw at our contestants a little bit later on. I've got Through the Never. I've got Holier Than Thou.
So how much does it cost for somebody to compete in this contest where we're giving away free tickets to 2 shows that Metallica's performing in?
How much does it cost to perform here?
Yeah.
I'm glad you asked. For the low price of $82, you can come up to our window and perform Mare Guitar. No, of course, it's $0. Please. It costs you nothing. Perhaps a little dignity.
No.
But other than that,
I think our customers are just fine on spending a little dignity.
You think so?
Yeah.
It's not too high a price for them to pay?
To get Metallica tickets.
Well, yeah. It's also a nice it's a nice test line to see if Metallica still got it.
Yeah. You saw them just before, what was that, 2019?
Yeah, when the queue hadn't become the Romo Fijo yet. They were still doing a lot of construction. A lot of it was like they had tarps up all over the place. Yeah, in the round. I think it was February 2019 was when I saw them. My face ended up in a stock photo of Lars Ulrich that I wasn't even aware until somebody sent it to me.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I'm off in the distance looking at something, and it's a close-up of him, and I'm just in the crowd. My friend Big Joe had come in from Pittsburgh for that show because I don't think they were playing Pittsburgh at that point. Do you remember our winner yesterday? He was virtually unforgettable.
Prison Mike?
Minor misdemeanor Mike.
Misdemeanor Mike.
But from here on out, we're going to call him Prison Mike. Is that okay with you, Mike, if we just change your name?
Nah, man, it's minor misdemeanor Mike. I thought about dropping the minor, but you know how it is.
So I just want to be clear because clearly, we found, or Mike found us on social media, and I kind of looked and see what he's like doing a bit, right? This is a bit like the prison thing for the stolen meat, like that's all made up.
Nah, man, this is real life. I don't cap about nothing. This is all.
Okay, so he's all right. Gotcha. All right, I just want to make sure that you weren't capping about anything, Mike. I want to make sure it was all on the up and up.
I can't believe you thought he was capping.
Man, only capping I'm doing is busting caps. You feel me?
I feel you, Mike. So many busting of caps. So many. If Mike sees a cap that has gone unbusted, boy, does he get into a tizzy. It's that simple. So what else? Are you excited about winning? Who are you going to take? Is there a minor misdemeanor, Mike?
I'm taking minor misdemeanor junior.
Minor misdemeanor. Oh, your kid.
Yeah.
Was that your kid that you brought with you yesterday?
Yeah, man, I got to avoid that child support payment somehow, so I got to do things with them.
No, but listen, here's what I'll say is, under normal circumstances, you might find that a kid might be embarrassed by a parent. But this kid, his dad, so wanted to provide for his son that he did short time, for stealing meat that I assume you were going to grill and give to your son.
Exactly. I mean, you got to feed your family out here.
That's right. He's out there in those streets busting caps. Okay. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the call.
What's up, Alan? Do you want me to fill in for Poundcake today? I don't think Poundcake's qualified.
What do you mean fill in for him? He's here.
He's meaning the guitar.
Yeah, but he's here. I don't need to fill in for him.
Ready to go.
He's already filling in for Mary.
But he's not qualified to fill in.
But you already won.
Yeah, but we also have to give the other contestants a chance, Mike.
But you already won, Mike.
He's saying that they should be able to.
I don't want to win. I just want them to have to beat me because you got to beat the best, right?
No,
we never said that.
No,
that's why we had Mary doing it.
We
so
want
it'd be
people,
easy for someone to win.
We want people beating the worst, and then I will choose who the best of the worst is. You already had your moment in the sun, Mike.
That's okay. I mean,
you
got plenty of moments.
You got to share the glory, homie. All right, be careful out there in those streets, okay, Mike?
All right, it's on with you, dog.
It's on with me, dog. That's right. Okay, thank you. There's no cap. That is minor misdemeanor Mike, who's out there in those streets. And he's very excited. Poundcake, don't you listen to him.
I'm not.
Good.
I think you're going to put on a great show.
This was not supposed to be a battle of the amazingly excellent air guitarists. Oh, boy. Sad news, by the way.
Oh, no.
I don't know if you've seen this. Caroline's Comedy Club is closing.
Oh, I did see that.
After 40 years there in New York City, if you've never been to Caroline's, they will close on January the 1st. In a lot of places, we get spoiled here in Cleveland having Hilarities right around the corner. And it's not that Hilarities has never had their trials and tribulations. Of course they have. But Caroline's on Broadway. There was an A&E show for a while, right? Caroline's on A&E. Showcase for comedians. Gotham is another longtime comedy club there in New York. But Caroline Hirsch, who owns the club, did not renew her lease. She said it's not really pandemic related. She's like, we bounced back pretty well. But at the end of the year, and this is happening to a lot of people, and it sucks, especially in places like New York, it sucks that people are just basically getting run out because the owner of the building goes, I can get a hell of a lot more than what I've been charging you.
Yeah, we'll put an Applebee's in there, make way more money.
Yeah. She's on 7th Avenue between 49 and 50 there in New York. And if you've ever been...
Mike's outside.
If you've ever been, it was a lot of fun. I've seen a dozen shows at Caroline's over the years.
I've performed a few times there. Got to do.
It's a great room.
It was very fun. It's definitely a cool thing to be able to go to. That's where I met Pete Coriali, who Mary just did a show with last week, and he's been on the show a bunch of times. I've got to perform there probably half a dozen times. Pretty cool place.
Saw Paul Mooney there. The beauty of these kinds of clubs, especially in New York, is you can go in and you can see some heavyweight working out material at like midnight. It doesn't have to be some prime time thing.
I saw
Dennis Miller do a walk-on one time where I just happened to be there. I was in town for the VMAs, and Dennis Miller, I just looked over, just looking around, and he was standing there again. I was like, cool, he's going to go up and do a few minutes.
I was on a show there, and then Louis came in and was working on that bit that he has about the N-word, where he's like, I hate the N-word because it's like, you say it. Don't make me say it in my head, that bit. And that was one of the first times that he had ever done that bit out loud. And it was very interesting to see how he was getting everybody comfortable with that, because he says the actual word a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're going to close. Their last night will be New Year's Eve. Maybe you're going to New York for New Year's Eve. Maybe you can get on in Caroline's. Probably be a tough ticket to get at this point. I don't know who was, at this point, they've already had their New Year's Eve act booked.
Well, I don't even know
and now this person realizes they're going to be the very last person to perform.
I don't even know what they do on New Year's Eve, because they're in Times Square and everything's all penned off. So I don't know how that works. If you can get in and out of businesses, because they have people.
Because it wasn't always there. Caroline's used to be somewhere else.
I've only known it being in that location.
Yeah, late 80s, it was somewhere else, and then they moved over to Times Square. So I guess what she said is she's like, I'm closing down the club, but I guess she's going to, the Caroline's brand is still going to be a thing. Like, she's going to be part of comedy festivals, and so who knows? Mm-hmm. Maybe she'll find another spot. They've moved before. Caroline's was in Soho, somebody's telling me. Okay. And then it moved to Times Square, and then it'll move again. But a lot of comics work that room.
Some of Patrice's most memorable sets that are on YouTube are from Caroline's.
My thought is always, when these landlords come through and go, look, I can get way more. I must be misreading these things on New York real estate, because post-pandemic, it sounded like New York real estate had cratered. But it is Times Square. My thought is always, a comedy club's a little different, because it's a very specific kind of room, at least the best ones. And I mean structurally. Who are you going to put in an underground space? Were you going to put one of those, we went to that Spy restaurant in Chicago a couple of weeks ago.
New Spy restaurant. And they'll serve breakfast so they can make money more often. That's the thing with a place like Caroline's. They have to find so many other ways to bring in revenue.
Yeah.
So they have a bunch of classes and meetings and all these different other things. Like it's open pretty much all the time for all these other events, and then at night comedy.
Alan, maybe comedians can't be funny because of the woke left and have to use several pronouns when doing comedy. Who wouldn't be scared now to get on stage?
Who's scared to get on stage?
Yes, no one can do comedy anymore because of
pronouns.
The woke pronouns.
Because of all the pronouns. Nobody used pronouns.
That's right.
And now they have to use pronouns.
Nobody ever used them
Just
before.
Use one there.
That was an article of speech nobody had ever heard before that. Oh, I got a break. You want to text for something, 35192. You want to watch live, AlanCoxShow.com, and you can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. 100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. Watch live there. And use the app. You can leave us messages there on the iHeartRadio app. Or just listen from wherever. By the way, thank you to Bort Chapman for helping out in the live stream today.
You got that right.
We got Bort Chapman.
I think that's it.
M-O-N, Bort Chapman. Thank you so much. We've got our first contestant outside. We're going to get to our Mary guitar. Mary's out sick today, so Poundcake will perform. We'll be joined by the legendary Ricky Rackman, who is in town to do a spoken word tour at the Winchester tonight. He'll be our guest judge. I can't think of anybody better to do it. But up for grabs, last pair of tickets to see Metallica at Ford Field in Detroit next fall, next November, the 10th and 12th, on the M72 tour. There's a dude out in front who's very excited. He's got a speaker blasting Metallica. And by the way, if you are a contestant, and I would say this to him and anybody else, refrain from banging on the actual studio window. That won't actually be part of the performance. And it will merely frighten people who might be walking by.
And also, you don't want to have to pay for that window if they're not bulletproof.
I mean, they're fist proof.
For now, but
for now,
a bunch of people banging on them.
Yeah.
This is a very metal day today, too.
Of course.
This is very metal weather. This guy's got a speaker out there.
I have a feeling we're out of luck if we have to charge this guy for a window in the first place. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He'll be okay.
I'm waiting for somebody to run by and just grab his speaker.
Oh, God. Let's all play nice, shall we? So we'll do that around 4:20.
It's a pretty cool speaker, though. It's got little lights on it.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Listen, again, this is all about showmanship.
And he's ready to show
It's about performance. He's got a Metallica t-shirt with an MMS t-shirt underneath. He was happy to pull his shirt up in the break and show us. So he's excited. He's out there. He's practicing. He's performing. Our own Cody Allen Poundcake Helpful Brown has been practicing in his studio on his own time. We've seen him. He's back there sipping seductively or doing something. He's
sorry, man.
I know you got to stay hydrated.
No, I know.
I don't want to pass out.
I don't want you to pass out. You got to stay hydrated.
That's the last thing.
Give us some more of your moves.
Hold on, me.
Yep, take one more sip. This guy, he's got a seafoam green.
He is very careful that he doesn't even put the
insulated. Doesn't
water
put it on
bottle
on
the console.
I have PTSD. All right.
Boy, he's moving so fast and he's tensing up. So, yeah, okay. Listen, I think you underestimate Poundcake at your own peril.
He's still going. Oh, he's standing? Now he's got a little...
okay. He's doing like a little David Coverdale Whitesnake type thing there. That's okay, too.
I like it.
Not really a Metallica move, but again, everyone performs their own style, and he's going to... Here's what I predict. I predict that Poundcake is going to have more fun than he thinks. I'm sure when I initially told him he was going to have to fill in for Mary, he was probably... he was just anxious.
Mm-hmm.
He was probably dumbstruck. But the more he gets into it, I think he's going to find that he's pretty adept at it. So hopefully that's the case.
I played guitar once in my life. I took guitar lessons, one of the many lessons that I quit. And yeah, I did it for like a couple weeks, and I got bored of it, and I moved on.
Mm-hmm.
Miss San Giacomo, that was my music teacher.
Miss San Giacomo. Wasn't the actress Laura San Giacomo, was it?
Nope.
Ooh, she's foxy.
I love her.
Ooh.
Miss San Giacomo was...
Here's one of Poundcake's performances. Yeah, a little pitchy dog.
Well,
but he tried. I know. He's working on it.
This is my favorite Christmas video going around right now. I'm going to send it to you.
Okay. Cavaliers beat LeBron and the Lakers last night. Lakers are having a tough time this season, and Cavaliers did it right here at home. 116-102 was the final. Cavaliers go to 16-9. They are third in the East, right behind the Bucks and the Celtics. They'll stay at home for the week. They're going to play the Sacramento Kings on Friday night and the Thunder of Oklahoma City on Saturday night. 7:30 games both. It's your tip-off. 30 minutes prior is your pregame coverage if you want Cavs live here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Did you send?
Yes, it's sent.
All right. Let me look. Christmas concert. This is, I saw this. Yeah.
This has gone around a bunch of times over the years.
Happy 1st of December, somebody put. This is a British class. It's like 15 years old, isn't it?
Do you think they fired the teacher right after this concert?
Yay! Happy Christmas, everyone! Merry Christmas! Oh!
Everyone's like...
And a Happy New Year! Yeah. Well, all right. Let me hit you with this here.
This is why Florida sucks.
Well, South Euclid's got some competition down there in Florida. The Ohio of the South, we lovingly call it. Andrea, by the way, is one of our bureau chiefs in Clearwater, Florida. She listens on the iHeartRadio app. And so she's the one that sent me the story of the guy there in Clearwater who banged a dog right in front of the church.
Ooh.
He had sex with a golden doodle.
Ah, that's my dog. That's my guy. Don't have sex with dogs, man. Especially golden doodles.
I was going to say, especially golden doodles?
Tiny. Oh, that's...
Bill's dog is not tiny. It starts out tiny, but then according...
My dog's small, but I have a petite golden doodle. So my dog is about 25 pounds. But a golden doodle, like full size...
They can get big.
They can be pretty big.
Oh, my God.
Well, apparently this guy got big when he saw one. He had sex with a golden doodle in front of adults and a child.
Meth? Was he on meth?
Hard to say. Probably. 36-year-old Chad Mason also destroyed a nativity display, or a novelty display if you're Poundcake, at a nearby church and tried to steal a car. And they booked him on all kinds of stuff. He knew the owner of the dog, and he was taking it out for a walk in the apartment complex where he and his friend lived. And then, in front of multiple witnesses, he started having sex with the dog.
See,
when one of the adults ran over, he fled and began to wreak havoc all in the surrounding area.
There's people that are always asking me, like, oh, I'll watch your dog anytime you need. I'll watch your dog. Nope. Not just anybody gets to watch my dog. I got neighbors that are always hitting me up. Oh, let me watch your dog. No way.
The only person I think we've ever had watch our dog. I mean, over the years, we've boarded our dog, and we've had no issues with that. But that's on a very rare occasion. Usually we're out of town. It's my mother-in-law because she has a dog, and the two dogs get along just fine.
Yeah, your mother-in-law or my ex-wife.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes. Our old landlords lived out in the boonies, and if we were leaving town for a week or so, we would drop the dog off with them because they had a big farm, and she could run around. But, boy, I never was concerned that I'd find out that one of our friends was having sex with our dog.
Well, it's concerned when someone's volunteering to watch the dog and they're persistent about it. That's a red flag to me. That makes me go, no, you're not getting to watch the dog because I don't know what you're going to do with my dog.
I see. You think they're really into watching the dog.
Yeah, it just seems you're too...
You think that's suspect.
I got plenty of people in my life that I can let watch the dog. All right, I got my kids, my parents,
Do you pay your kids to watch the dog?
No, I don't pay them to watch.
I don't know. I mean, they're doing a service. I mean,
I've paid enough. They owe me. Let's put it that way.
It's okay. You're taking it out in trade. You're like, this is for all the school clothes you got over the years.
I'm not even that. I'm talking more recent stuff.
Oh. He knocked over a nativity display, broke a bunch of potted plants. threw children's toys in the playground area, and then tried to steal a car and damage a mailbox. So this guy was wildin'. But it all began with his insatiable desire for that golden doodle. This has to be drugs.
Yeah.
It has to be drugs. You don't walk your
Matt
friend's
seems
dog.
to make you do things like this.
But remember how quickly bath salts went away? This is Florida, after all. This is in Clearwater, Florida, that this happened.
I feel like bath salts was a thing that got blown out of proportion and was never actually the thing that was causing people to be as crazy.
But they were eating people's faces.
But I think that was a myth. I think that was a story that was not actually a guy that was high on bath salts. I think he was on like meth and PCP or something.
Yeah, but you don't ever hear about cannibal attacks anymore. For a while, it was a lot, and maybe you're right. Maybe they attribute it to the wrong thing. But for a while, there were those, a guy had his face eaten off by a guy in angel dust or something in Florida, and then all of a sudden you didn't hear about it anymore. But this guy, who knows what he's doing, trying to pork a golden doodle. By the way, I certainly don't want to see video of this, but I wonder if it's being described properly. You know, if there's a bunch of people there outside a church and they go, that guy tried to have sex with a dog, did they just see him unzip? You know, there's a spectrum of trying to have sex with someone or something, especially in Florida. They don't. Florida sucks. Because they're just going all over the place. They don't care what they're doing. Alan, I can't believe there was a golden doodle running around loose. Yeah, before I mentioned that he was walking it, because they're so expensive. There was a guy in Madison, Ohio, who was caught on camera when he was fixing a woman's bathroom, trying to get her dog to have sex with him.
Jeez.
Was he buying it dinner? Trying to get the dog to have sex with? I mean, you do have dominion over that animal. I mean, I don't know what kind of dog you're talking about, but I mean, unless it's like a giant pit bull or a mastiff or something. I mean, you could, these guys never try to have sex with big, mean dogs. Nobody's trying to pork a Great Dane. It's always like a golden doodle or something that they can easily overpower. So trying to get the dog to have sex with you, that sounds like they're really trying to put in the work. Because you're like, I'm going to be over here fixing this bathroom for a while. And maybe he doesn't know that the camera's actually there. Maybe he does know that the camera's there. But he's trying to put in the work. He's kind of giving the dog a couple of, glances. He's doing it right is what I'm saying. Yes, it's illegal. Yes, it's gross. But trying to get the dog to do it is different than forcing the dog to do it. Am I wrong? Am I reading this incorrectly? I mean... is this a weird take on this? Am I wrong?
Is a form of forcing?
What's that?
Is it manipulating a term of forcing or another way?
Well, I mean, an animal can't give consent. That's why it's illegal, right? I mean, even if you're banging a horse, an animal much, much larger than you and probably doesn't even feel anything you're doing to it, it's still considered animal abuse because there's no consent. Was it at least a female dog? See, this is the concern that people have. This is what people want to know. They go, was it at least it wasn't gay? That's the concern people have. At least it wasn't a guy dog.
A gay bestialiter.
Bestialiter?
Bestialiter.
A bestialiter?
What do you call someone who does bestiality?
A person engaging in bestiality.
South Euclidean.
A South Euclidean?
Yeah, South Euclidean.
A bestialiter. Maybe we could turn that into something.
Well, I just figured you call someone who has sex with a child a pedophile. I didn't know if bestialiters had a name.
I call him Poundcake.
Shut up, Bill. I didn't know if bestiality people have a name. Dog abusers?
I don't know. I mean, maybe one of our South Euclideans can get us hip to that. Alan, here's an update. Florida judge accepts insanity plea in random face-eating attack that killed 2 people.
That would work. I would believe that. If you want to eat someone's face, yeah.
Plea deal for a guy who randomly killed a Florida couple in their garage 6 years ago and then chewed on one victim's face. So there you go. The wheels of justice grind slowly, but they do grind. And so this guy is being worked through the judicial system. Also in Florida, a Chicago police officer was arrested after being on vacation in Florida and taking a whiz in the ice machine.
What's wrong with people?
Why can't people handle their high?
Why can't people
For as
just be
much as
cool?
this
Like, why
country
are you
loves to
trying be-
drink, they can't even handle alcohol. I mean, of all the things you can do, listen, you know what you can handle. Don't be a pud. He was at Jimmy B's Beach Bar in the Beachcomber Resort Hotel at St. Petersburg Beach, St. Pete Beach.
I just want to be able to get ice without having to wonder, did someone pee in it?
Yeah, that's one of those things that you'll never. I don't like
That's
hotel
a bad
ice.
person, yeah.
But I don't like hotel ice. I don't, even if it's not peed in, it's old. It's, you don't know if the water lines, I'm not counting on anybody to flush the lines. So peeing, obviously it's terrible and gross, but you're taking a big risk with any ice you're getting out of a machine. 30-year-old Chicago police officer Henry Capouch was caught in the act of peeing in the ice machine. He shoved the security guard who called him out. They later found he ran. And they later found him.
Stop resisting.
They found him relaxing with his girlfriend on the sand where he actively resisted arrest and was disorderly with police. And he's still alive? Wow, how did that happen? I mean, he didn't comply. How is he not dead? I wonder if he asked them for, guys, I'm a cop. Is there anything can we figure something out here? You're a cop, I'm a cop. Or is hotel security, whatever.
Well, there was also a sheriff or something like that. She was driving around in a golf cart and obviously drunk, and she pulled out her badge to show to the officer that stopped her. And he's like, oh, yeah, be on your way. But then the video leaked, and she had to take a little break there.
Oh, she resigned.
Oh, she resigned. All
she
right,
was
yeah.
the chief of police in Tampa.
Yeah.
But she wasn't driving, I didn't think.
She wasn't driving, but it was still like a grody thing to do. I think.
That's a weird one to me because it's not like, sometimes you'll get these people that are like, don't you know who I am? And they scream and yell. She wasn't driving.
And she wasn't.
And she was like, hey.
Making a big deal
right,
of it.
we're both low professional courtesy seemed to be, flashes her badge to get out of a ticket. And the guy's like, okay. And I don't know how it even saw the light of day. A woman who was the police chief in Tampa flashed her badge to get out of a ticket. And she was like, I just want to be on my way. I would have happily paid it. I mean, she could be retconning the experience. I don't know. But
in the video, it seemed like a pretty nonchalant situation.
It seemed like maybe this is the environment now, but that seemed like a really extreme case where they're like, you got to step down. She wasn't like a beat cop. She's like Mary O'Connor's, the chief of police in Tampa. And there's a video of her with a guy. They're drunk. Guy's driving a golf cart. And she flashes, hey, just let us go. Can we be on our way? And first they suspended her because they're like, this is not a good look. And then they're like, we got to resign. There's always, by the way, in those organizations, always somebody ready to put the knife in your back, too. Always somebody that you work with, an underling, somebody who might be next in line. Succession is a blood sport, especially in like law enforcement or business or whatever. You don't think somebody at ABC sent photos to the Daily Mail about those Good Morning America anchors?
Yeah, no, they were.
Nobody ever heard of these people before.
job.
And next thing you know, they're like, oh, we might have to suspend them because. And then they're like, this dude was banging everybody who worked at ABC.
That's all it is. It's like extortion. That's how they make you do
Not even extortion, just like there's somebody under you in these organizations that they're next in line.
Yeah,
they're like sticking it to you.
But they're either next in line or they're like, I want some money.
Loves sticking it to somebody.
What's that?
Poundcake, that's like his line. He's always saying like, stick it to him.
But no, like
he loves that.
But see,
sticking it.
I don't stick it first. I stick it after. Like I double stick. Like if you get me
409.
If you get me, I'ma get you. I
didn't say you're doing it, but like you love that revenge.
Yes, I love the revenge because I don't hurt people purposely. I haven't hurt people in my life, but not on purpose. I would never go out of my way to ruin someone's career or.
So your motto is, if you come at the king, you best not miss.
Yeah, you better knock me out. You better just knock me off my throne and make sure I can't get back up. Because if I do, I'm coming for you.
I like in his head he has a throne. Hey, Al.
I didn't say it was a sturdy one.
Hey, Al.
Yes, sir. How you doing, Alan?
What's going on, man?
You're talking about using the ice at the hotel. Do you ever remember seeing a 60 Minutes thing about weird things that happen at hotels?
Oh, yeah.
People used to soak their feet in those ice buckets and stuff.
It's just, the bathtub is right there. You know how small an ice bucket is? Like, who puts both feet in an ice bucket?
Yeah, but you can't, 1 foot at a time probably, but you can't watch TV and sit in a chair while you're watching, soaking your feet.
Oh, it's so gross.
That reminds me of the guy that was pissed off at everybody at work and he peed in the coffee pot and they had him on hidden camera.
Yeah, that's why when you're at work, man, you just be nice to everyone. Hey, how are you? Hey, good to see you.
That's
hey.
why I like that we have single serve coffee here.
Pods.
Like,
yep.
Yeah, I make it. It's not.
That's right. Maybe bad for the environment. Great for my throat that I don't have anyone else's bodily secretions in my coffee. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Al. I appreciate it. There's Al out in Menor. All right. Let me get to a break here so we can get to our final round of Mare Guitar. Mary is out sick today. Poundcake will be at the window here. We've got a handful of contestants ready to go.
Yeah.
And the great Ricky Rackman is going to join us as a celebrity judge. He's kicking off his spoken word tour at the Winchester in Lakewood tonight. So we'll catch up with him. Very excited to talk to him, and he'll help us out here shortly. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Keep it clean? No, absolutely not. I want everything in there.
Rock.
Let's go.
It's something unpredictable.
And Alan Cox.
Ooh, this is going to be good.
Oh. Well.
FM home of the Cavaliers.
Cavs lead.
100.7.
WMMS.
WMMS weather.
Areas of patchy to dense fog near the lake. Otherwise clouds for the rest of your Wednesday with a slight chance of light rain. Highs in the upper 40s. Clouds tonight with overnight lows in the 30s. Clouds again tomorrow with evening showers possible. Highs in the 40s.
This report is sponsored by Meijer. Save big at Meijer on your holiday ham. Right now, Meijer spiral sliced hams are just 89 cents a pound. That's right, just 89 cents a pound. So you can put more on everyone's plate. Limit 2. See the Meijer app or Meijer.com for details.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Calling all Ohio sports fans. In just a few weeks, DraftKings Sportsbook will be live in Ohio. Starting January 1st, you'll be able to bet on all your favorite sports from the comfort of your own home with DraftKings. And to celebrate, all new customers will receive $200 in free bets when you sign up today using the code BUZZARD. Plus, 5 lucky customers will win a $100,000 free bet. You'll be able to bet on money lines, spreads, props, and more with one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps, DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and sign up with the code BUZZARD to get $200 in free bets to use once mobile sports betting hits Ohio. Plus, 5 customers will win a $100,000 free bet only at DraftKings Sportsbook with the code BUZZARD. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966. 21 and over. Physically present in Ohio. Eligibility restrictions apply. See terms at DraftKings.com/sportsbook. Subject to regulatory licensing requirements. 1 per new customer. $200 issued as 8 $25 free bets. No purchase necessary for sweepstakes. Void or prohibited. Ends first day DraftKings is allowed to operate in Ohio. See terms and official rules at dkng.co/OH.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Since starting Allegiant some 20 years ago, we've flown more than 100 million people to be with those they love. And just like you, we're excited to reconnect with the people and places that matter most. That's why we're going the distance for health and safety, on the ground and in the air. Because the further we go now, the safer it'll be to go farther tomorrow.
Non-stop flights from Akron, Canton to Sarasota, Bradenton International Airport, one way for as low as $61. Must be purchased by 12/21/2022 for travel between 12/16/2022 and 7/16/2023. Seats and dates are limited. Restrictions apply. See Allegiant.com for details.
Sometimes the holidays can turn awful, so pour on the delightful for all with refreshing Italian Riuniti wine. Like when Uncle Roy asks,
"Who you voting for?"
Keep it chilled with a cool glass of Riuniti. When Cousin Mike overshares,
"Oof, did I tell you about my colonoscopy?"
Counter it with the joyful fizz of 1,000 tiny bubbles. When Nana starts her lightning round of questions,
"You still single? Is that a tattoo?"
Ease it all with the drinkability of Riuniti. For years, Riuniti's semi-sweet fizz turns holiday awful into holiday delightful. Imported by Frederick Wildman & Sons Limited, New York, New York. Campaign financed according to EU Reg 1308/2013. Please drink responsibly.
Over 100 brand new Mazdas with more arriving daily at your Mazda destination. The all-new Mazda of Kent. MazdaKent.com. There's no inventory shortage here, and they're all zero down. New Mazda CX-5 crossover SUVs, Mazda CX-30 CUVs, even 2023 Mazda CX-50 crossover SUVs, zero down. And maintenance is no charge for 1 year. Plus, Mazda certified pre-owned vehicles with the balance of a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty, zero down at Mazda of Kent. And Mazda has more IIHS top safety pick models than any other manufacturer. Over 100 brand new Mazdas available, with more arriving daily at your Mazda destination, the all-new Mazda of Kent. During the Mazda Season of Inspiration, come experience our new retail evolution dealership, MazdaKent.com. Example, new 22 Mazda CX-5 Select 29.8, 0 down, 838 per month, 36 month at 2.9% APR plus tax tag title to qualify buyers.
Mitchell's Magic wants to help wrap Christmas presents and assemble gifts for kids. So on December 20th,
I'm that host. Listen to Story of the Week on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
To all our men and women in uniform,
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
This was it, yeah? When you were on, Ricky? Was it March of the SOD was the theme?
Sometimes it was
Sometimes.
that. It was
Prong Beg to Differ.
Very good. Can you
Love
name another
Prong,
one?
man. Just saw them. They played the House of Blues.
How were they?
Awesome.
I love
Tommy Victor is like such a cool dude. He doesn't care if they're headlining. He doesn't care if they're opening.
He doesn't care what band, because he's played in a bunch of other bands
Danzig
as well.
and everything
Yeah.
else. Yeah, Ministry or whatever. I always thought they were so underrated, Prong. Love them.
I love Prong.
Yeah.
But whenever I hear big, like, I mean, I don't want to, be like egotistical guy, but there's certain songs whenever I hear it, it's like, oh yeah, now this is starting a Headbangers Ball.
Yes, you should. Ricky Rackman was the legendary host of Headbangers Ball for a decade.
5 years.
Oh, 5 years?
Yes, it just seemed like 10 years.
Well, because Adam Curry was the first?
No, actually.
I thought he was the
there
first.
were all these guest hosts that kept on filling in, and it was just tons of guest hosts. And then they brought regular VJs, and Adam Curry was like a kind of a regular VJ.
Okay.
And then they had me, who had not ever been on TV ever in my life. My
Yeah.
first time ever on TV was on Headbangers Ball.
Were you like a PA or what were you?
No,
Just
I was
a dude?
guy that owned the club Cat House
Oh,
in
the Cat
Hollywood.
House.
Yeah, I owned the Cat House Hollywood, and Axl Rose called MTV and asked if they would see his friend Ricky to come. And so Axl's like, hey, you want to go to New York to go audition for MTV? I'm like, okay. He goes, here, I got the hotel, I got everything. So
Because you were fully in the bloodstream of that whole Sunset Strip thing back in
absolutely,
the day. Yeah.
I own the big. I mean, I own the biggest rock and roll club in the world.
Yeah.
At that time, for that type of genre. I mean, every band played the Cat House with us being pretty much a rock and roll dance club.
Yeah. Ricky Rackman is doing a very short tour. He's doing a week-long tour that kicks off tonight in Cleveland. 1 foot in the gutter. You might recall, 1 foot in the gutter, 1 fist in the gold.
Very
right?
good.
That's how you ended Headbangers Ball.
Exactly how I ended Headbangers Ball.
And he is the Winchester in Lakewood tonight. When does this start?
You mean what time?
Yeah.
I think like 8 o'clock tonight.
8 o'clock. This is like a DIY thing. You're like, let's tell, right?
Yeah.
Let's tell some stories.
But it's not
You have
just
no
like,
shortage of them. I mean,
no. I mean, the problem is I've done this only once before.
Yeah.
And the show was like really long. I mean, it was good. It was great, but I'm like, okay, I got to cut some of this out. It's stories that talk about, growing up in the Hollywood rock and roll scene when all your friends are becoming the biggest rock and roll stars in the world. It's talking about Open the Cat House, talking to work Headbangers Ball, and it's a lot of tales of sex, drugs, rock and roll, and a lot of stuff in my life that people aren't going to believe actually happened from, 1 year I'm making $500,000 working in radio, and then 6 months later I'm broke without the power turned on selling used cars. Like I've had
was that because of your own stuff, or was that part of grunge killing a lot of, was it
No, that was because I beat up another DJ and went to jail.
You hauled off and hit Steckler, didn't you?
Yes.
You hit Doug Steckler back in the day.
Yeah. I'm trying to skirt.
No.
it,
Because
yeah.
I did stand up before radio, and I was living in LA like 92.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's about the time. I mean, you
it
were
was
still
like late 90s.
late 90s?
90 and 95, I did Headbangers, and I did
Were
the
you
radio
on
show
Loveline?
Yeah, I hosted Loveline.
Maybe that's what I'm...
Up until there. Then I left Loveline. I quit because I wanted to do my own talk radio show. And I had, I was not, I talk about this in my show tonight, but it's like I just made bad choices from porn star girlfriends, and I was getting off of alcohol at the time, and just a whole bunch of just things that's led to a complete crash and doing stupid things, and I lost everything.
But it would be, it's a cautionary tale to be sure, but it's also like, I can't imagine, I'm a drummer, and I have said a million times, if I had been in a band that had been successful in the 80s, I would probably be dead.
Yeah.
Because it would seem so difficult to not immerse yourself in every friggin' thing you could have and do and try at that time in
When
LA.
I say that era was sex, drugs, rock and roll, we partaked in it as much as we possibly could. And the problem was why a lot of us did die is because you were rewarded for that behavior. You were rewarded for being this just messed up guy. It's like here I open up this club where we're basically doing it just to get free drinks and meet girls, and I'm drunk every single night. I'm a complete mess, going to shows every night, passing out, waking up in handcuffs, but I'm getting successful. I'm not seeing loss.
Right.
I've done some bad things. I talk about all that stuff in my show.
Ricky Ragman's One Foot in the Gutter is a show. He kicks off the tour tonight in Cleveland at the Winchester. This is an 8 o'clock show tonight. Go to the Winchester's Facebook page. You want to help me judge this air guitar thing, by the way?
I do. This was so cool. I walk up here and I see all these guys right in front of here, like guys and girls, and they're playing air guitar. And as soon as I walk up there, I'm hearing like fire with fire. I'm like, my ego. I'm like, oh, these guys came because I was. No, these guys have been here nonstop because you're doing all this Metallica stuff.
Yes.
And I'm loving it. I'm walking up, seeing people blasting Metallica. One guy's like, dude, Alice in Chains, Water Park, best episode. I'm like, oh, thank you.
It's nice, right?
I love it. When anytime.
Cleveland's a great rock and roll town, baby.
I like this place.
Yes.
I've ridden my motorcycle through here so many times. I ate way too much food at Melt. I eat at Melt all the time whenever I'm out here. And I just, what was that? Because that's a plug we have to
why
ask
not?
for
Yeah,
money.
sure. Yeah,
Do you ever go there?
I haven't been in a while, but it's a great spot.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
And I just walk up there and there's guys out there playing air guitar and listening to Metallica. I'm like, oh, this is cool.
Can the Kurt man hear me out there?
Yeah.
The Kurt man finally got the tap on the shoulder. Did you and Ricky Rackman ever cross paths back in the day when you were at K-Rock?
I don't know. I was there from 97 to about 2003, so I'm sure our paths crossed at some point.
I was there.
Side of the window.
I must have really left a really good impression if I was there and he doesn't even know if I was there or not. So I must have been a really important person.
Well, we ran through a bunch of, there were so many people. I worked on the Kevin and Bean show, so, we were around everybody all the time. So.
Yeah, I think I was on Loveline. I think I left Loveline right before that time.
That was out of K-Rock, right? Loveline?
Oh, it was at K-Rock, and then when the show got syndicated, we moved to the Westwood One building. But, I started when I was a kid and I wanted to work in radio. I went to tell them, hey, I want to work in radio. And Scott Mason, who was the guy that worked there, he sent me to a tower to put tar on a roof. And I was like 12 years old just because I wanted to work in radio. He said, yeah, kid, you want to work in radio? Here, go put tar on this
He's
roof.
like, I don't want to work on the transmitter. I want to work on
I just wanted to work in radio somehow.
Course.
So that's what they had me do.
So the way this goes is we are giving away the tickets for the Detroit stop of the Metallica M72 tour. They're doing about a dozen dates in the States, dozen overseas, and each night they're doing Fridays and Sundays in each city. They're doing stadiums, so they're at the 50-yard line in the round at Ford Field where the Lions play. Next November, we get you tickets for both of them. We get you a $100 gas card courtesy of Circle K to get you there too. And you get two completely different set lists from them, two different shows, and two completely different sets of openers. So that first night in Detroit, it's Pantera and Wolfie Van Halen's band, and that second night, it's Five Finger Death Punch and Ice Nine Kills. All you have to do is emerge victorious when I play Metallica riffs for you. Poundcake is going to fill in for Mary. Ricky's going to help me judge. Kurt, man, who's the first contestant?
I don't know. Who wants to be up first? You guys, the pros? We got a guy out here with his own guitar.
I saw that.
Can he use that as an air guitar?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
We're basing it partly on theatricality.
What's your name, buddy?
Tony Del Rio.
Tony, where is he from? Where'd he come from?
Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland, okay.
All right, step a little bit towards Kurt. Yeah, we got to get you on camera here.
Okay. I'm going to give you the solo from, doesn't really matter what the songs are, but I want to, okay, tell you what, I'm going to give you the solo, it's not super fast, for the Four Horsemen, all right? You want the solo for the Four Horsemen. Poundcake, are you ready?
Yes, I'm not going to be able to hear, so I'm going to have to riff it.
That's completely fine. Okay. All right? Are you ready? Here we go. Now, he looks like a guy who knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
But I
mean, Poundcake. He looks like a guy who knows what he's doing. Tell me, Ricky Rackman.
I at first thought the guy was on it, except I don't know if he knows that solo because it looked like he went down on the neck when it obviously goes up.
Okay.
But it looked good. Like I was thinking, okay, is he playing this solo? Like I was kind of
because the look is part of it. So even if he's not nailing it on the
yeah,
technical end,
he's got the look,
the theatricality. All right,
he's dressed in all white though. Do we deduct points?
He's going for a more 21 Pilots vibe, I think, than Metallica. You know the kids today, Ricky.
These crazy
Not the
kids.
kids today. All right, Kurt, man, give me contestant number 2.
All right, here we go. What's your name, man?
Joe Hoffman.
Where are you from?
Seven Hills, Ohio.
Hey, Seven Hills, that's our old neighborhood where MMS used to be out there.
He's going to give you a riff, right?
I'm going to give you a riff. Let me make sure that I got the right one here because I have them all lined up. Hold on, let me make sure I have the right one. Stand by, please. One more. I'm listening in my headphones here. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? You will get the solo from The Shortest Straw. Great song from And Justice for All. Yep. This is going to be Poundcake versus Joe. Here we go. That's pretty good. There you go. That's pretty good.
How was it good? He got on the ground.
I'm half watching.
Well, yeah, but like I can't even see him. Like you got to play to the camera, man.
Yeah, I can see him.
What
Again,
a knob.
Theatricality, right? Poundcake's way out of. Oh no, I guess he's in the frame, right?
No, I got. It's a wide angle.
Okay.
But when you get down on the ground, you gotta stay in the window. You got on the ground.
We want everybody to see you're amazing. Ricky Rackman, your thoughts on Joe?
I would give that guy points just because I think when I leave, I have to walk by him outside, and he kind of scares me a little bit. So I think he probably did a good job just because I might have to see him later.
We'll get security to walk you through the other way. Don't sweat it.
These guys are pros. They brought their own speaker and everything to practice.
I know. That dude's been out. Joe has been out there for a while. I know
I mean,
he
the
does.
important thing is that these guys, like, you could tell they're really into Metallica.
Yes.
I mean, that's the thing. You're going to give Metallica passes. Both of those guys love Metallica.
Joe showed up with a Metallica shirt over an MMS shirt.
And even if they don't win Metallica tickets, they can still buy tickets to see Ricky tonight at the Winchester.
Yes.
Doors at 7, show at 8.
8 o'clock show there in Lakewood. Winchester's
Yes.
a fantastic
Come
place.
see me and we'll hang out tonight. And you'll hear
Yep.
stories about everything.
1 foot in the gutter.
Yes. my
An
very
evening
first
of
show.
stories and unbelievably true tales of rock and roll. Oh, my God.
And I'm throwing some people under the bus, and I might get in trouble.
That's what we like.
Exactly.
That's what sells tickets,
All right, who
baby.
else? We got a female contestant?
Kurt, man, who's next?
What's your name?
Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm here on behalf of my boyfriend, Matt. He's a bureau chief in Atlanta. So
Hey, all right. Rachel's here for Matt. Is this a bi-coastal relationship?
Yes, that coast of Atlanta.
Well, we have Mike that calls from the west coast of Ohio. I figured, maybe she was visiting Stone Mountain with some. You live in Charlotte, don't you, Ricky? Where you
I
live
live
now?
in Mooresville. Well, I'm from Hollywood.
Yeah.
But about 5 years ago, I moved to Mooresville, North Carolina. I love living in North Carolina.
Were you on Lake Catawba or what is
Lake
that
Norman.
there? Lake Norman.
I
Yeah,
am.
yeah.
Yes, I am.
That's a beautiful part of the country.
It
though.
is.
Yeah.
And I could not afford to live the lifestyle I live now in
Good
LA.
for you. Well,
in
none of
LA.
us can.
I love North
All
Carolina.
right, Rachel, stay right in that area right there so that we can actually see you.
So Rachel is doing
one step this way.
Matt from Atlanta is one of our bureau chiefs. Rachel is his girlfriend or friend? Girlfriend. That's pretty foxy. Do you know Metallica at all, or are you doing this under duress?
I know their mainstream stuff.
Their mainstream stuff. Okay, well.
You mean their bad stuff?
I'm going to give you.
Enter Sandman.
No, I'm going to give you Frayed Ends of Sanity, another great song from And Justice for All.
By the way, can I just interrupt for just 1 second?
Yes.
We always like to think that Master of Puppets is such a great album, but when you go back and listen to And Justice for All, my God, I love that album. That album is so. I know
needs
it's
more
pretty
low end.
terrible. I know.
But
We all
it's
know
a
that.
great
but
album.
That is such a great,
great album. Love it.
Might be one of my favorites, except we all know it's pretty bad.
I was in a conversation with people about Metallica last week, and it needs more low end. It comes up so often when people are talking about Metallica that it's
Which is weird.
like a running bit.
That was always my complaint with Pantera, is they needed more low end. For a band that heavy, why was there so much high end? Anyway, doesn't matter. Pantera will be one of the openers of that first night of Metallica in Detroit at Ford Field. You're trying to get those tickets. Rachel is next. Are you ready, Rachel? Here you go. I mean, she's got the hair thing. I like that a lot. It's like
The hair goes a long way.
if you gave Fiona Apple some Metallica riffs.
I think she was out of tune. I think she broke a string and was out of tune.
A little pitchy dog.
That's right. Okay, so there's Rachel, who's trying to get the tickets for her boyfriend, Matt, who is one of our bureau chiefs in Atlanta. Kurt, man, who's next?
Here we go. Sweet. What's your name, man?
Caden Seidler.
Where you from?
Kent, Ohio.
Nice.
Step up to the glass.
His name is Caden Siegler.
Right over here.
I don't know what that button says.
Right there. Are we ready? Okay.
What's
Oh, he's
the
got a
button say?
pick.
What's the- oh, it's a pick. Oh,
Who's on the pick?
What's
From the tour.
Worldwide Tour 2019.
How old is Caden?
17.
17 years old.
God, I like that.
Wow, well done. All right. There you go. You know, when Ricky Rackman was 17, oh, man, who knows what he was doing? He was laying...
He just finished tarring that radio roof.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Dreaming of laying pipe. Okay, are you ready, Caden? Are you ready, Poundcake?
You ready, bud?
How you doing, Cody? You holding up all right?
Oh, he's ready now. He just put the guitar on, Alan.
He's
He
ready.
Just, he just put the guitar
All right,
on.
he's 17-year-old Caden. I'm going to give you Battery. Opening track from Master of
He was excited
Puppets.
that. He was
Right?
excited for Battery.
Here we
Battery's a
go.
great
Good
song.
luck. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
What
There's
I
Caden.
liked, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but at one point he took the guitar behind his head and never missed a note. The solo, you couldn't even tell he was holding the
He's
guitar
so
behind his
good.
head. He
It
was
really
on
is. Yeah, he really was on it. He knows what he's doing.
All right, how many more do we got left?
Who wants to jump up?
Who do we have?
Oh, we've got a pregnant girl here. What's your name? And
A pregnant girl
is
that
a tattoo?
that just lifted up her shirt.
She's got a big M on her belly.
Yeah. Does that mean male?
37 weeks.
Oh.
If she stands on her head, she has a W.
Katie from Cleveland.
Katie from Cleveland. And is this at the behest of a boyfriend or a husband, or is the kid going to kick a lot, or?
Oh, it's me and him.
Wait, do you not know who the father is?
Yes, I do.
She's like, yes, I do not know.
Should have been like, it's one of the people in the band. We're about to take the
Yeah.
kid to the concert.
I want to go to Detroit so he can finally meet his daddy. Okay, are you ready, Poundcake?
Yes.
Are you ready, Ricky Rackman?
I'm so ready.
All right. Are you ready? Katie, is that her name? You're going to get Damage Inc. That's your bookend there off Master Puppets with Battery. You ready? Here you go. I mean, I don't want to jostle her too much, but there's Katie there with Damage Incorporated at 37 weeks.
Can I tell you my problem?
That she's likely standing in a puddle of amniotic fluid right now?
No. But her hair, she's got these like two little puffs, like one ball on one side, one ball on the other. Her shirt is lifted up with her very obvious pregnant belly. And just seeing a pregnant Minnie Mouse jumping up and down is just disturbing a little bit to me.
Makes you long for the old days, doesn't it?
It does.
Oh, boy. Kurt, man, is that our final contestant?
Is there anybody else that's want to?
There's a guy with the Metallica
Where's the guy
shirt.
with the blonde wig?
I don't know. I think he's just watching, man.
Oh, he's just watching?
He's not
Yeah.
participating?
Are you participating too? Go for it. He's going to close it out, I guess.
Oh, he wants to close it out. Okay.
He's setting up pyro.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, buddy. What's your name? Eric. From where?
Euclid.
Eric from Euclid. All right.
Ooh, not South Euclid.
I'm going to give him, what am I going to give him? I'll give him Through the Never off the Black Album. Poundcake, you ready? All right, here we go. All right, there you go. There's Eric from Euclid.
Like, use the umbrella.
Umbrella, Ella.
Is that our? Oh, is that what he was doing?
Yeah.
Is that our final contestant?
No, we got one more.
One more.
One more guy, yeah.
Holy mackerel! All right.
What's your name, man? Where are you from?
Toxic Scott. I'm from planet Earth.
Toxic Scott. I love it. What a KNAC air name, right?
Or are you sure it's not Damone from Fast Times?
Oh, I love it. Okay.
The assistant manager.
Toxic Scott.
Toxic Scott.
Is he ready?
Oh, yeah.
All right, Poundcake, you're ready to go? I'm going to give you the solo for Welcome Home Sanitarium off of Master of Puppets. This is a good one, right? Here we go.
Uh-oh, his hair fell off.
Oh, no. Happens to the best of them.
You rock too hard.
I love the bullet belt, though, man.
Yeah.
Those are rad. Okay, so there's Toxic Scott, who rocked so hard that his hair came off.
Happened to me in 92.
And is that our final
I
contestant?
think that's our final contestant. Yeah.
Ricky Rackman, your thoughts? I liked Caden.
Which
the
one was
17-year-old
Caden?
kid. The kid who showed
Was
up.
it-
Where's
was it
Caden?
the kid that had the Bob Marley and...
That kid right there.
And that had the pick?
Yeah.
And the Nikes?
Yeah.
Toxic Scott started bleeding.
Bleeding. That, you get points for bleeding.
Oh, he became a woman today.
Because the wig tore off, the glue on the wig tore off? Or?
No, he's,
Dude, you're not supposed to use staple gun to put on a wig. Oh my God, he's bleeding from the mouth.
Yeah, all
he
right.
went all hardcore for
Bleeding
this.
from the mouth.
All right.
I like Caden. I like Toxic Scott. And I like Joe.
They all scare me.
I want at the window, I
who
want
I like.
Caden,
Yeah.
I want Toxic Scott,
Scott.
and I want Joe.
Joe.
I want you all next to each other, and we'll do one last riff off here, okay?
Uh-oh.
You think you know, Ricky, which one you like?
Which one I'm going to pick of the
You
winners?
think so?
I know which one I like.
Okay, I'm going to give you End of the Line, guys. Some
I
more
like the
recent
pregnant girl,
Metallica.
but that was that.
All right, Ricky Rackman, your thoughts. Who do you think should go see Metallica next fall in Detroit? We've got Toxic Scott, we've got Joe, and we've got Caden.
I'm going to pick Hayden.
You're going to pick
That's
Caden.
my choice.
You think
the
that he
second
should
guy,
go.
right?
The young kid,
the young kid.
17 years old.
Yeah, because
So you
I
think-
just believe like I could that guy was me. That guy was me waiting in the parking lot, waiting to see Metallica.
You see
Yeah.
a little bit of yourself in him, don't you?
More than the other ones, yes, most definitely.
Okay. I agree with you. I think Caden is the guy that we should give the trip to there.
But they were all really good.
They were all fantastic. Thank you so much for playing Mayor Guitar for me.
Good job, guys.
Cody Poundcake Brown, thank you. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you, Kurt Man.
Kurt, man, make sure you get his information.
Oh, no.
Yeah, get it.
My job ends right here.
Yeah, just get his email or whatever. There's the Kurt Man, his triumphant return to broadcasting. And, of course, Ricky Rackman is going to be your host. And Master of Ceremonies tonight kicks off the spoken word tour at the Winchester Tavern here in Lakewood, Ohio.
Please show up.
8 o'clock
There's a couple
show tonight,
tickets
doors at
left.
7. Yep.
It's going to be a really, really good time. I'm telling all sorts of stories from... Dude, there's blood all over your window. I just want to tell you this.
That's how you know you had a good
wow.
contest.
I'm telling you,
that's a
if I
successful
can do a radio show and I can hang out on your show and there's still blood on the window, I'm like, wow, like that
Pretty
guy was
good.
banging his head
That's
so
starting
hard.
to become a theme.
But what?
Like,
Blood in the window?
There was a fight outside of the window a couple weeks ago, and we didn't get it on our window, but somebody got like blood smeared all over their car right out. So like, it's becoming a place of violence outside this window, which I don't.
Well, when you come to my show tonight at the Winchester Music Tavern, no violence. Just we're gonna have a really good time. I'm gonna tell you
A lot
some
of verbal
stories.
violence.
I'm gonna tell you some stories that you would not believe from rock and roll and just everything. And it's just gonna be a lot of fun. And I like it because it's a nice small room and I get to meet people and say hi.
It's a great room.
It's a great place.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like this I can't say that this is a dream come true because I never dreamed of something so cool that I'm in a minivan going on tour, getting up on stage, talking to people and telling people these incredible stories that are all 100% true. Some of these books you read by some of these rock stars are not true.
Right.
And mine is true. All of it.
Just very quickly, the last days of the Cat House.
Yes.
How did that all come to fruition? What was the tale there on the Cat House?
It was really, really tough for me because before the Cat House, I was broke. The Cat House really, I still sell, a lot of Cat House shirts worldwide. Hit the bell, cathousehollywood.com.
I'll buy one. I'll buy one.
I'll send you one.
Yeah.
And it was real tough because it helped the finest scene, but things started dying, and I wanted to close the club before it eventually would end up dying.
Okay, so you kind of pulled the
I pulled the club. So I called them, I'm like, hey, would you play the last night? And asked my friend, I hate to drop my name, but asked my friend Lemmy if he would play the last night at Cat House. He's like, yeah. So I did. I said, I'm going to do Cat House one more night, and Motorhead played, and then I stopped, and it was done.
What was the hardest, because I'm a huge Motorhead fan, Lemmy.
Well, let me just tell you something.
Yeah.
Not only do I have 2 Motorhead tattoos, when I'm on stage, in my pocket, I have a bullet with Lemmy's ashes in it.
That's awesome.
It's like it was on stage.
Was that one of the hardest ones for you? Like all those people that you knew, and a lot of them passed.
Lemmy, I knew was going to happen.
Well, yeah, he wasn't a young man.
And even, when I started my businesses, Cat House and everything else, my receptionist was Shannon Hoon from Blind Melon.
Oh, really?
So when I saw that was really tough. But I hate to say it, Dimebag was the toughest. Dimebag was without it, which is bizarre that tomorrow's the anniversary. And my show
Columbus, Ohio.
My show is 2 miles from where that is.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start my show in Columbus a little bit earlier so I can talk about that. Dime was the toughest because it just was unexpected and so horrible how it happened.
Right.
But the other people, I've seen people on drugs and it happens and it sucks. There's a lot, who would have thought Taylor Hawkins? There's just so many people. But Lemmy, we knew it was going to eventually happen. But
and then people you kind of can't believe are still alive.
Yeah.
That's the other side of that coin.
Yes. And some that you wish... No, never mind.
That's a story he'll tell tonight.
Right.
Well, thank you so much for coming in, dude.
Thank you so
great
much.
to
I had
meet you.
so much fun.
That was a lot of fun. Ricky Rackman, legendary host of Headbangers Ball, legendary owner of the Cat House, a fixture on the Sunset Strip. Live on stage tonight. He kicks off the tour in Cleveland at the Winchester, out there in Lakewood. Doors at 7, show at 8. If there are any tickets left, you should get them. 1 foot in the gutter, 1 fist in the gold, baby. And we'll take a break here. 35192 if you want to send a text for anything, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show. On 100.7 WMMS. Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Where is their bread buttered? Right here. This show.
Rock. And Alan Cox.
In addition to being Captain Fun, I'm a nice guy, right?
I'm home with the Cavaliers.
Straight down the lane. Pow!
100.7
WMMS.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent, mazdakent.com.
This holiday at Metro by T-Mobile, get a free 5G tablet for the whole family. Wait, is that Luis Fonsi?
Imagine even more savings and more video calling, more sharing every memory. So happy together.
Enjoy a free 5G tablet after rebate with unlimited HD when you add a tablet line for only $30. Only at Metro.
RumkeyCareers.com.
Get a career that is recession resistant. Rumkey is now hiring heavy equipment mechanics with experience working on heavy machinery in the Shiloh and Painesville areas. Receive a $5,000 sign-on bonus, competitive pay, paid vacation time, and more. Apply now at RumkeyCareers.com. EOE restriction apply.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
We're giving stuff away with the Alan Cox Show. Yes, we're giving stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Winery Dogs. It is a little super group there. It's Richie Kotzen. It's Billy Sheehan. It's the great Mike Portnoy behind the drums. He's getting ready to induct Twisted Sister into the Heavy Metal Hall of Fame. Winery Dogs go out every so often when the mood strikes, and they're going out next spring. We'll see them here in Cleveland at the world-famous Agora. The show is Thursday night, March the 2nd. If you want to go see the Winery Dogs, agoracleveland.com for all the details, or be caller 10 right now. Good luck. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Listening to the show doesn't make you a bad person. That thing in the foot locker at the end of your bed, that makes you a bad person.
MMS.
The Buzzard.
I got those passes for you to get to L.A. in a bit. I like Winery Dogs. They're great, though. Sometimes a bit of a revolving door with that lineup, but Billy Sheehan's awesome. Mike Portnoy, one of the best. Richie Kotzen is solid, too. So I'll have more tickets for this show tomorrow and Friday. That LA trip is for our Alter Ego Festival. It's got to be the 5th or 6th year for it, I think. Alter Ego Festival, which always sells out very quickly as well. So it's you and a pal headed out to the Kia Forum in LA. And what did I say? January 14th is when it happens. It's the Red Hot Chili Peppers. We have new music out. Jack White, Muse, Fall Out Boy. Basically, every band on here is just dropping new stuff. It's going to be the unofficial start of the Chili Peppers 2023 tour. Churches, Beach Weather, Rosalind. Good lineup. There's no Coldplay. There's no Weezer this year.
Wild.
They've been the unofficial house bands in years past. So, well, I guess I'll give it away now. I'm running a little behind because I wanted to talk to Ricky Rackman so much. I'll give you this trip right now. It's 2 tickets for you and a friend, so choose wisely. LA in January is nothing to sneeze at. You get tickets for our sold-out Alter Ego Festival. We'll put you up. We'll fly you out, of course. I think we throw you some money, too. I think there might be $1,000 in there as well. So today is your last day to win a trip. This is the very last chance. Somebody's going to win. I hope it's you. Good luck.
Now, your chance at a trip to our 2023 iHeartRadio Alter Ego. Text the nationwide keyword music to the number 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's music to 200-200.
It always ends before I think it's going to. By the way, we are done handing out the tickets for the Metallica tour, but they do a benefit show every year for the Helping Hands organization. And that benefit concert is coming up on the 16th. And if you have Paramount Plus or Pluto TV or YouTube, you'll be able to see it. They're doing it at the Microsoft Theater in L.A. It's going to be Metallica with Greta Van Fleet, who are doing some of the opening dates on the M72 tour, and I kind of half expected them to be on the Detroit gig we were giving away tickets for because they're a Michigan band. Greta Van Fleet are from Frankenmuth, Michigan, where it's Christmas all year long.
Are they a Christmas all year kind of band?
No, I don't think so. I think they're a perm all year kind of band. But Metallica, Greta Van Fleet doing the Helping Hands benefit. Jimmy Kimmel will host. And that happens on December 16th.
Well, there's
Something else is happening on December 16th, and I can't.
I remember.
Quite.
It's my dad's birthday.
Your dad's birthday.
No, it's that, but it's also more importantly, and this is what my dad would
More
want
importantly,
for
yes.
his birthday. He wants you to get tickets to Bill Squire's Christmas Kwanzaa at the Agora, and that's gonna be a lot of fun. And I'm excited. Tomorrow at High and Dry, we're doing a little contest to add one more performer with a few of the locals around town.
Is it going to be an air guitar contest?
No, it's going to be
an air comedy contest.
It's just, I guess.
Would they just mouth their act?
No, they're just telling jokes. So we got some of the guys that are comics that are regulars at High and Dry, and they're all competing for a chance to perform at the Agora to do like 10 minutes and get paid.
So that's tomorrow night at High and Dry.
Tomorrow at High and Dry. That's a free show. But then Christmas Kwanzaa is the 16th, and that is, you can get tickets at agoracleveland.com.
Is the blood still on the window, by the way?
Probably. I don't think anybody's going to wash it off.
All right. Well, I'll have to get out there and do that.
Well, somebody will get it. Poundcake, go lick that blood
up.
What the? No.
Bleeding from the Mouth, by the way, is at the Agora this weekend. That'll be a lot of fun.
I'm exhausted from that. I want to go take a
I
nap.
thought you would be. You get your calisthenics in there.
You're moving.
Some cardio.
You were moving and grooving.
Yeah.
I also like that he was just kind of doing it behind Ricky. It was very funny. Just the whole.
That's why I said I felt like a sign language interpreter. Like he's talking and I'm just like using my arms.
He was
out.
an epileptic sign language interpreter. No, I like the way it was framed because he was on the left, Ricky was in the middle, and then we saw the person outside.
Yeah.
No, that was great. I'm glad it worked out with Ricky Rackman, and that was a lot of fun.
That was really fun.
A couple people texted thinking that was me sitting there and thought I gave myself a mohawk. I did not. But he looks good, boy.
Looks real good.
Ricky Rackman's been around a long time.
How old is he?
He's 60.
He's 60?
I'm sure he wouldn't like me mentioning that, but it's public information.
Right.
Yeah. If that is correct, by the way. I thought he was closer to my age.
Yeah, it says 60.
Because we kind of came up at the same time. But he looks good.
Looks great for 60.
Yep. And he's done some hard living. He'll tell you those stories tonight at the Winchester.
Oh, you're being serious. He really is 60.
Yeah, looks good.
Oh, wow. I didn't think he was 60. I thought like maybe early 40s. He don't look 60. Or
There you go.
Maybe late 40s. Wow. Good for him. Drug does the body good.
That's the takeaway that you got.
He also stopped doing them a long time ago.
Yeah. You want Terry the Goat's video? I get Terry the Goat's get the video from Al Marcinek out in.
Ask again.
You want Terry the Goat's video? Oh, God, just the worst. I want nothing to do with that. Terry the Goat is, of course, part of the working farm out there in Carlton, Pennsylvania. Al Marcinek is our bureau chief. And on Wednesdays, he sends me video of her getting ready to make her picks and then sends the pick on Thursdays, and I post them for you at the Alan Cox Show Facebook page.
Here we are back in Carlton, Pennsylvania, and after finishing for another week at 5-5, Terry decided she was going to don her lucky Philadelphia Eagles jersey, and she was going to wear that as she makes her predictions for Week 14 of the NFL season. Terry is ready to go, and she is now being released, and she is heading to the prediction station, and her predictions will be posted on Thursday.
Yeah, I'll have those for you tomorrow. I'll post them at the Alan Cox Show Facebook page. Of course, we'll announce them here. Whether or not I'll be getting those picks while we're on vacation, I don't know. But if I do, of course, I will post those as well. Browns are playing the Bengals this Sunday in Cincinnati. And then that game on the 18th got moved to the 17th. Why is that? Because they want it on prime time?
Yeah, I mean, it's the first Deshaun Watson home game with the Browns. It's against the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, they flexed it to a national broadcast versus a regional one.
I'll tell you what's extra exciting about that game. Not only is it moved to Saturday, Bill Squire is going to be filling in for me at the Cox Out pregame.
That's right.
That's very exciting.
Fresh off of Christmas Kwanzaa. So come see me.
In sunglasses.
Getting some hair of the dog because we have a pretty good after party planned for Christmas Kwanzaa. And I'm, luckily it's not a 1 o'clock game. So I'm actually thrilled with the way this worked out.
Yeah, Sunday you would have been there at 10:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Saturday there in the afternoon.
What time do I get there? Like 2? 2:30?
When's the game?
4:30.
Yeah, like 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
2:30, around there.
Get there then.
Make it your own.
Have some drinks.
Yep.
You guys can play some what are they
Finger
doing?
football is your trip to the
Fingering
Bahamas.
Footballs. You can
Finger football.
Come finger some footballs.
Don't finger the footballs, please.
We'll be fingering footballs, and then if you do a good job, you get to go to the Bahamas.
Yeah. Yeah, trip for two to the Bahamas. That's not too shabby. So the 17th, Bill will fill in for me at the Cox Out pregame, and then I will be there for the finals on Christmas Eve morning. That's when we're getting all the high scorers.
That's another Saturday one, right?
That is a Sunday.
Is that a Sunday? No,
you're right.
Christmas-
It is a Saturday.
It's a
Christmas
Saturday.
Day is
Yeah.
a Sunday. Right.
Yeah.
So Christmas Eve is a Saturday.
And
That's a morning game. It's Browns Saints.
where are you going to be the day that I'm filling in for you?
I'm going to be elsewhere.
You're just keeping it at that?
That I'm keeping it at that. Yes, I'm going to be elsewhere.
I leave on the 18th for my elsewhere.
Yeah.
So I'm going elsewhere for a few days with the girlfriend and the dog, and I'm pretty excited about that.
Well, I'm going nowhere.
In more ways
Yeah, we
than
know,
one.
bud. We know.
You're not traveling at all for the holiday?
No, I ain't got no money, bitch. no money.
Well, you get that 200 from Mary. You can do a little
Yeah, you'll get when you
getaway.
Get your goal weight. You get
That's like a flight to Pittsburgh, one way on Spirit.
Flight to Pittsburgh.
That's true, yeah. Or you could drive there and have some fun with the money, the $200.
It always makes me laugh when I hear
That dude
people-
lasted a month in New York on $100.
But he was stealing.
He was jumping the turnstile.
Yeah.
He was taking water from work. I mean, those are public faucets. So I'm not sure if he was stealing water from his place of business. But I take your point. Something to consider. So you'll just be kicking it while we're on vacation.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang around here. A lot of my friends who aren't here most of the year.
You mean they're dead?
No,
Oh.
like they live elsewhere. They all come home. They come back here for the holidays. So
I see.
I'll have a couple weeks back with them. The gays will be home. Some friends coming from like Texas and
The gays.
Yep.
Bill, you know what they call it when you stay at home for vacation? They call it a staycation.
Oh.
You're a staycation?
I've done some staycations.
Somebody should look into that. Somebody make that a word.
I like a staycation.
A staycation.
Well,
It's
that's
like a
not
vacation.
the word for this year.
What's the word
Because,
for this year?
Goblin mode.
Yeah, right. Goblin mode. I've seen Poundcake in goblin mode.
He's going to be in goblin mode as soon as he gets off that scale next Thursday.
Yeah, he is. Goblin mode is where he's going to
Gobbling
be.
down
all that Shake Shack.
I haven't had a milkshake in so long. I want that 1,000-calorie drink.
Oh God, it's 1,000 calories.
I don't know if it's 1,000 calories.
That's like
but it's
all
a
you
lot.
could have that day under normal circumstances.
That's all you need.
Yeah, like a chocolate milkshake. Then you got the whipped cream, and then they have like the chocolate drizzle on the whipped cream, and then they
What's
top
the
it with
point of the
cherry.
whipped cream and the chocolate drizzle on a shake?
They want to make it look pretty. That's the only thing I can assume.
Yeah, I don't need the whipped cream on the shake.
don't-
I
I
feel
always
like
opt
it's
out
just
for it.
it just makes it harder to drink.
But after a while, it sinks in, and then hold on, I had to finish my gummy worm.
Yeah, it's back in the days of Poundcake eating on his podcast. You don't do that anymore, do you?
No, I'm not opposed to it. I just don't. There's nothing interesting.
He hasn't
about,
been crunching on celery for the
I was
past
gonna say, there's
12
nothing
weeks.
Interesting about eating rotisserie chicken and broccoli. Like
There was never anything interesting about eating on
is.
a mic, period. Who cares what you're eating?
my gummy worm. It takes a lot. Like I could.
You would be slurping way more with a rotisserie chicken on your fingers. Oh, God. I'm sorry I asked.
I eat it with a fork, so I don't eat it by hand. Had I ate it by hand, then
Had
yes.
I ate it by hand, this son of a bitch, you know what? He's got the Poundcake sports break coming up. Let's hope that he can comport himself a little more professionally then. I'll take a break
I don't
here.
want it. I want had I ate it by hand.
What had happened was Poundcake sports break is on the way. We'll get to some sperm news shortly as well. If you want to text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Areas of the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts this holiday season.
iHeartRadio. It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see your Cleveland Cavaliers are going to take on Kyrie and the Brooklyn Nets the day after Christmas. That is Monday, December 26th at the Romo Fijo downtown. Go to Cavs.com for all the details. Want to get out of the house for a bit, take in some Cavs basketball. I don't know if there'll be anybody stuffing their face with pierogies at halftime, but there'll be something. Cavs Nets coming up the 26th. Car 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
There's something I want to say to you.
If you're not completely satisfied with today's show,
I will only be checking somewhat satisfied on our comment card.
you're not alone.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We'll get to the Poundcake sports break here in a minute. 35192 if you want to send me a text. If you want to watch the show live, you can certainly do that at alancoxshow.com. Again, thank you to Bort Chapman for helping out today in the video department. I know not where they are. It seems to be...
Got to keep it moving around for their safety.
Yeah, I didn't realize that there was an element of danger to the video position here on the show. I don't... I wasn't aware of that. You know what? Those are things...
anything that helps this show is an element of danger. Like anybody, we're always in danger. The people that help with the show, always in danger. I mean, there's blood on the window right now.
It's still there?
I didn't wipe it off.
Is it...
Maybe it did get...
Oh, God. I don't think I was actually looking at what I thought I was looking at. I didn't realize it was a splatter of dots. Holy Christ. Yeah.
I actually haven't seen it yet either.
I'm going to have to get out there and take care of that because I don't know that anyone else is going to do it.
I have some inside info on that.
Okay.
It's not real blood.
Oh, you know, when I was just over there looking at it, I was like, boy, that looks fake.
Yeah. It was
Inside Sources.
It was...
looked like Caro syrup and food color.
Yeah, like a blood capsule to give the effect of being extra hardcore.
Did the Kurt man loop you in on that?
No.
Did the guy tell him?
The guy that did the blood thing, he had messaged me on Facebook and said, hey, what'd you think of that?
Gotcha.
It was a nice...
Again, that's what that's the theatricality that we're looking for.
Right.
Worked for Alice Cooper. Worked for Marilyn Manson.
But it didn't work for Toxic Scott. He didn't win.
That's true.
The kid won. The kid stole the show.
Sources.
Oh, that was Toxic Scott's blood capsule. Yeah. Mm. Well, okay. And you can't win them all.
Hey, it was a valiant effort.
Yeah. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, tell me where. I'd like to know where people are. Bryce listens in Fort Hood, Texas. Dr. S is in St. Louis. John listens in Sealy Lake, Montana. Randy and Denise are down in Jacksonville, Florida. A lot of our Houston bureau chiefs got me hip to this. The cops showing up at Ted Cruz's house.
Yeah, this is really a bummer.
It is a bummer, irrespective of what you think about Ted Cruz. Apparently his 14-year-old daughter was like stabbing herself in the arm or something or doing self-harm, and somebody called, and I don't know why this is on the news. Why was this on the news? Yeah, but it's still a family matter.
And she's a minor.
Yeah, she's 14.
I don't think they're not allowed to disclose her name, but when that stuff was happening with Kellyanne Conway's daughter,
I don't remember that.
Well, yeah.
When she was screaming at her or whatever.
But she was doing that on TikTok.
Well, Ted Cruz's daughter, I mean, she's openly gay. She was on TikTok last year. She's like, I don't share my dad's views. She's talking about all the scrutiny they're under because her dad's Ted Cruz. Like, whatever she would wear in pictures had to be photoshopped to make them look more conservative. Like, they'd make her shirt look longer. I mean, it cannot be easy being Ted Cruz's kid. Whatever you think of him, it's an awful situation for any group of kids. People are booing your dad. You know, like they're throwing beer cans at him at the Astros World Series parade. Like, it's not your fault if your dad's a pud. But I was just curious why it was even on the news.
14 and she's already openly gay? Good for her.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think he's got 2 daughters. The 14's the older one. And I think he's got one who's 11. But, man, that cannot be easy. Like, when your dad is, like, actively working against your interests. He's not a pro-LGBTQ guy. You know? He's not pro-choice. He's not. That's got to be hard, man. So it's really got nothing to do with him. I was just surprised that it was on the news.
That's why I like when people show like humanity and forget about the politics for a minute, because you still love your dad and your dad still loves you. It's not like it goes beyond politics. Like, I feel like that's just legislation at that point.
Well,
like
it should. Yeah, of course it should. But I mean, I think that she was. Do you remember when Ted Cruz was running for president before he bent over and grabbed ankle for Trump? He was running for president, one of the 18 people there on that side that was going to do it. And he was on stage with his wife and his daughters. And like his daughter, when he tried to, you know, listen, if one of your parents is a politician, they're trying to get photo ops.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was so uncomfortable. He was kissing his wife like he'd never done it before. He went to hug his daughter and she like recoiled. Yeah. So, I mean, those are those moments where you're like, ugh. I mean, forget who the guy is. If you're a dad, that would suck. Because it's like, look, man, this is what you've decided, you know, these are the views you've taken, and this is your career, I guess, as a politician. I mean, politician was never supposed to be a career, but that ship sailed a long, 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 long time ago. But, man, any dad would feel it in his gut if your kid was like, don't get off, you know. Oh, that would suck.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that she hates her dad or discusses.
No, I'm
her
just
dad.
saying that would suck for. I feel bad for him in that situation.
Most teenagers do that too. Now, they never did it to Obama's kids. Never did it because I don't think he ever really showed affection like that to his kids in public. But it's just funny.
Yeah, he did. He and Michelle were constantly hugging those girls.
Okay, well, yeah, I just don't remember the
But they're also good parents. You know what I mean? Like they're not like trying to tell their daughters that they're going to hell or whatever.
But you don't know that he tells his daughter that.
No, what I'm saying is, listen, they have done multiple studies of families of LGBTQ kids when the family is super religious or anti-gay or whatever, that there are way more incidences of like attempted suicide or self-harm. I mean, there's no shock in that. So if Ted Cruz is your dad and he believes not only what he believes, but he's also working to make sure that the community you identify with is not given full rights and privileges. He's working to do that. That's got to be really hard. It's not easy for him because he's the dad,
right?
And it ain't easy for her.
It's something that I stand up for my son pretty much every day because there's videos of me talking about him being transgender, and so many people just dismiss it and have such hateful views on it. It's one thing to not understand it, but it's the way that people are so hateful about it that bothers me. And I'm happy to stand there and stand up for him and for others in that situation, because there are so many people that don't want those people to exist. They don't want you to exist, Poundcake.
It's amazing
and
to
they don't
me,
even know you yet.
It's amazing once they meet you, they'll have plenty of reasons.
No,
it's amazing to me how neutral people can be on things that absolutely directly affect them, but something like trans rights, which does not affect them at all unless they have a trans kid or they are themselves. Boy, they go full blast on people. It's like, that doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect your life at all if trans people are trying to get equal opportunities and rights for, you know.
I just think
there's so much legislation right now getting pushed through, and so much push back against all the progress that they've made for gay people.
Yeah, no, I just think back of when I was a kid, and I wasn't out yet, but my mom was as loving as they come, and I believe.
Oh, I know she is.
Shut up. I believe my past self with all my anger issues, I would have been that kid that would pull, if my mom or if someone was running for office, I would have been that kid to pull away just because I was just a.
Nobody wants to see that cop. We'll get the stick.
Yeah, I was just a nasty kid. Like I was just mean and mad for no reason, and just kids just are nasty and they're selfish, and I would have probably pulled away. It didn't matter.
Right, but I don't even know that it's a selfish. I don't think anybody would blame you for that. I don't know it's a selfishness thing. What kid? Okay, let's say his older daughter is 14 years old, and he was running for president in 2015, all right?
Yeah, she probably didn't know she was gay
there's
then.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is any kid would have a hard time if their parent was running for public office, not to mention president of the United States, where you're going to be under the microscope, and you're just a kid, and you're like, man, I don't want to be in this picture. I don't want to. That's just... Civilian parents have to deal with that with their kids.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in this picture. Now imagine like your dad's or mom going out and campaigning and you got to look like a happy family. Ugh, it's just.
Right. And then you get to the point where they're at now where your kid has done something harmful to themselves. And I don't know what Ted Cruz is doing, but I know I've been in similar situations. I don't want to tell all their stories, but my youngest son, my son was harming himself, and it was a cry for help. He didn't go as far as having to be hospitalized, but there was things that he was doing and things that we were concerned about, and we took him to get help, and that's when he started becoming more comfortable to talk to us about who he was. And there's so many people that aren't willing to listen or accept their kids for who they are that aren't providing that support. And that's what people need. Because
not only that,
like,
it's why
kids need to be loved and understood.
I don't know if he pays for it, but it's like, Ted Cruz has security around his house. Pelosi's didn't have security at their house.
I think that was one of their homes, though. So
one of the Pelosi's homes?
Yeah.
Yeah, but probably their primary residence. I mean, in San Francisco?
They might have a couple on the street.
They got a residence on the street. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I mean, if you're Ted Cruz in Texas, you're probably going to have a couple of guys posted up, make sure everything's okay. But again, it's...
what's he going to do to his
It
daughter?
sounds like she's okay, and that's great news. I mean, it just sucks for everybody involved in that. But first and foremost, I was like, why do we even know about this? Why was this on the news? Because it was bureau chiefs in Houston that a couple of them hit me up and said, did you see this? I was like, I didn't see this. So I don't know if it was on local Houston news or what. But I was just like, man. Because there's plenty of awful people who, just because they don't agree with Ted Cruz, are going to turn that into something against him. And that's not really the point.
And that's not fair either. Because kids are going to be kids. Like, my mom didn't have control of the stuff that I was doing when I was a kid.
Your mom was trying to get sleep.
Exactly.
Your mom was working and sleeping in the daytime, and she had two rotten kids that she was trying to figure out. Oh, your mother. Oh.
I just try to find the humanity in people, man. That's sad.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's the way to go.
So I guess she came out as bisexual last year.
There you go.
And
at 13.
At 13, yeah.
Okay.
Son of a bitch.
Exactly. Poundcake, you want to do the sports break? Are you all? Do you have it in you? I know that you were all kind of gassed out from having to fill in for Mary.
Yeah.
You think you can still do it?
Yeah, I have it on my computer now.
I believe in you. So, Are you ready?
Yeah.
Do you need to take a couple of deep breaths? Do you need to do any deep knee bends?
No.
All right.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
In the headlines today, what's a little sports ball without a little racism? Twitch streamer that goes by the name I Show Speed got into some hot water at the World Cup in Qatar. when a Chinese fan interrupted his live, I Show Speed screamed, "Konnichiwa," which is not even Chinese, but Japanese for hello. Naturally, people took umbrage with his remarks and urged I Show Speed to do better. The 17-year-old with 14 million social media followers insists he's not racist, and he's sorry if it came out that way. Looks like I Show Speed should change his screen name to I Show Remorse. So that is a free one. You didn't have to hire a PR team. See? Hire me.
Yeah.
Also, I'll say it once and I'll say it again. It be your own team. Literally. Celtics coach Ime Udoka and longtime girlfriend Nia Long are calling it quits after 13 years. And it's all because Udoka allegedly had an affair with the team's travel planner. See? Never trust a bitch that has endless flight and hotel accommodations. That's a hoe that will steal your man. The news is coming after the Celtics suspended Udoka for the entire 2022-2023 season. So sorry, Ime, I'm with Nia on this one. This will be great material for her next Tyler Perry role, The Sisterhood of the Traveling D. And then lastly, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Try it again.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Giannis
Antetokounmpo has a B-Day coming up, and all he wants for his birthday is a big booty hoe. Giannis said he might get a little freaky after he puts his kids to bed. I mean, they don't call him the Greek freak for nothing. And I, for one, believe it. He said this all while holding a Bart Simpson blow-up doll. Okay? Well, all you Jersey chasers have your marching orders. Hope you like Caesar dressing. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
Giannis has kids?
Yeah.
2.
Really? I thought he was like 23 years old.
So?
Well, no. I mean, he's a professional athlete. I don't know. I thought he was a guy that was like hyper focused on the game, and
He's 28 years old.
Is he married?
I think he is.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay. I guess I didn't realize he was that old. I just thought he was. I know that sounds silly. I just thought that he was.
Antetokounmpo.
No, the first name. You got the last name. Giannis. He's Greek. It's not Giannis.
Giannis.
I was thinking Gianni from
Gianni Versace.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I was thinking Gianni.
Giada De Laurentiis?
No, Snooki's boyfriend from Jersey Shore.
Oh God, Gianni. Yeah. Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
By the way, why is it racist if you say konnichiwa?
Because the person wasn't.
No, I understand,
Chinese.
but there's probably a lot of people that don't. That's not racist. That's him going, I thought you were Chinese.
Or Japanese.
Yeah,
Well,
he doesn't know Japanese or Chinese.
Well, that was my own little Poundcake narrative because I didn't tell you the full story. The guy.
No, I like it. We're getting the Cliff's Notes version of the sports break.
Yeah,
He's only got so much time. That's all right.
I had my own little narrative that I didn't tell. The full story is the Chinese fan was wearing a Argentina jersey, and I Show Speed was like, "Why are you wearing Argentina jersey? Look Argentina."
Look. Oh. So if he had said hola, that would have been okay?
Or he could have just said hello.
Well, Argentinian, I mean, hola.
But why can't someone else of a different race wear another race's?
Right.
Like,
what's his name? I Show
Speed.
I Show Speed. What nationality is he?
Black.
I Show Speed. But he's an American kid?
Yep, 17 years old.
I Show Speed.
14 million followers.
Oh, I see. That's his handle.
Yeah.
I Show Speed. Oh, I thought it was like a Japanese name, like I Show was his name.
No.
I don't know these people. Okay. Bounce That Ass, official music video. I love it. I Show Speed. Okay. Understood. You don't look no Argentina, is what he said. Konnichiwa. Isn't there a song called Konnichiwa Bitches? Who sang that? That Dutch girl or whatever. God. She's a pop star overseas. Been around for a long time. Oh, God.
I mean, there was the...
Robin. You know who Robin is? I think she's Swedish. Robin.
There's...
Konnichiwa Bitches.
What was the Murphy Beds lady?
Oh, God. I want to be ninja.
Ninja.
I want to be ninja.
She says konnichiwa on that, I believe.
I want to be ninja. Well, yeah, her understanding of Asian culture is all over the place.
I go to Africa. I say konnichiwa. You could offend black people and Chinese people all at the same time.
Oh, you might as well get them all with, to coin a Poundcakeism, one fatal swoop. Alan, what's funny is I learned less about sports during the sports break trying to figure it all out. Yeah, he gives you these pieces that he assembles, and then it's actually pretty genius, and then you get to disassemble it and try to figure out what it all means.
You have to discredit it. Look for y'all to discredit me.
You see Nia Long in that trailer for that new Netflix movie?
Oh, I didn't see that.
It's called You People. It's Eddie Murphy and Nia Long are parents of Jonah Hill's fiance. And it's just it's called You People. You know who Kenya Barris is?
Yeah.
He's the guy who wrote Blackish and
Black AF?
Black AF and Blackish, yeah.
That was a funny show.
Love it. He and Jonah Hill wrote a movie called You People where he wants to marry Eddie Murphy and Nia Long's daughter. And so the trailer is just them sitting in a diner, and they're very opposed to him. Nia Long's foxy.
She is foxy.
I thought she bailed on him a while ago, though.
I mean, they never got married.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know they were together for 13 years.
Long time.
And they were just engaged. They never took the plunge. I
bet she's glad now.
I just watched Boiler Room the other day, and Nia Long's in that.
You know, I've never seen Boiler Room.
Give it a watch.
I will.
It's a very 2000s movie. It's
early Affleck,
but
right?
I love that movie. Yeah, it's him. Like, the cast is pretty nuts.
Giovanni Ribisi.
And it's a
Vin Diesel,
dramatic Vin Diesel,
Yeah.
and you got Jamie Kennedy in there. Just a little bit. You don't get him a lot.
A dramatic Jamie Kennedy.
He's kind of Jamie Kennedy.
Pre-B-Rad.
It's like probably a year before he filmed that movie.
Yeah, Nia Long is foxy.
It's a good movie, though. I love that movie. You're involved.
She's in Boiler Room?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's the love interest.
Oh, who's love interest?
Giovanni
Who's the
Ribisi's.
protagonist? Is that Giovanni Ribisi?
Yeah, Giovanni Ribisi.
Okay. Well, they want you to think that he got her?
He's very charming in that
Oh,
movie.
come on.
He's very charming.
There's a great pizza spot in Chicago called the Boiler Room, but I've never seen the movie.
I've been going down a rabbit hole of those, like, 2000s and 90s movies. Rounders, just watch that.
Oh, great
Love
movie.
Rounders. Great movie.
What was the one where I always confuse Rounders with the one where the boys got fingered as kids?
Oh, that's
Ed Norton, or he's in Rounders. Sleepers. Jason Patrick and Brad Pitt. And
that's a great movie, but that is a
depressing,
hard watch.
Yeah.
That's not like Rounders is fun because it's like, oh,
Malkovich
he's
with the
gambling.
Oreos.
Yeah, like that. That's a lot of fun. Sleepers is
tough.
Like that and Mystic River, too much baggage. Great movies, but I can't watch them again.
I think Sleepers was a true story too.
Yeah, I think Mystic River.
And if not, it certainly feels like a true story.
They're pretty close to stuff that's happened. Yeah.
Yeah, that awful Russian accent that Malkovich is doing all throughout Rounders.
He's not in it. He's only kind of in the beginning and the end. But I think it's
a great movie.
It's a great movie.
A lot of
KGB.
fun. Yeah. Okay, let me break here. You want to text 35192. You can leave messages on the iHeartRadio app, and we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Weekdays on 100.
K1007.
35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. Cavaliers play tonight. They beat the... Do they? No, they don't. No.
Say they don't play tonight.
Sorry. I had Cavs on the brain. They beat the Lakers last night, 116-102. They are off tonight.
Charge plays tonight.
And tomorrow.
They play Friday.
The Cleveland Charge tonight. The Cavs will play the Kings of Sacramento. Who do they have? Not Tristan Thompson, right?
De'Aaron Fox. They got Sabonis.
Robin Swoboda?
No, Sabonis. I can't remember.
Boners to Bone? I thought that guy...
Domantas Sabonis.
Domantas Sabonis. That's a guy?
Domantas
Sabonis?
Yeah.
Is that a made-up dude from the sports break?
No.
Domantas Sabonis?
Domantas. I believe it's Domantas Sabonis.
All right. So not Robin Swoboda, formerly of Channel 3. She's known in the Sacramento Kings.
Collaborate and listen. Rob's in the back with a brand new invention. It's an ice nest holding me tightly, sold like an iceberg daily and nightly.
All right. So she's not playing for the Sacramento Kings.
They got
DeMarcus Cousins. Is he playing for them?
Monk. I don't.
Malik DeMonk.
He does not play for them right now.
Oh. Chris Webber.
Nope.
So they got Demik DeMonk.
No.
And Jamonis. Malik DeBonis?
Malik Monk.
Gamanis DeBonis.
Domantas Sabonis.
Vlade Divac, is he still playing for them?
Divac is not playing.
Well, the C is pronounced like a CH.
Well, we always said it Divac, so.
Well, he was trying to make us feel more comfortable.
Well, it did. Oh, they got Dellavedova.
I thought he was like playing for Australia. I thought he was back home.
He's on the Kings right now.
My ex-wife is Serbian, and so in Serbian, you pronounce the C like a CH.
Harrison Barnes.
The family would get very upset if you pronounce a hard C. Anyway, the Cavs coming off a big win against LeBron and the Lakers last night. They'll take tonight and tomorrow off, and then Friday against the Sacramento Kings here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Let me go to Cody in Orville. Hello, Cody.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's going on, man? How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Hey, you guys were just talking here recently. I just finished up with work, so I'm getting a chance to call you. We were talking about the Ted Cruz's daughter, and I picked up that you were talking you sounded shocked about her claiming to be bisexual at 14. So I just wanted to kind of add my own situation into that conversation. My daughter is 13, and she has identified as bisexual. She kind of leans more on the female side of things, but I didn't. And we're open, and we're very supportive of the whole situation. But I never would have imagined by sixth grade and seventh grade, it's kind of full on now. But sixth grade, these kids are all starting to pick new pronouns. They're all starting to identify, to experiment. It's very odd. But it seems very common because pretty much all of her friends are identifying as something, or a lot of them are bisexual, and it's just like, I don't know. That didn't seem to be a thing when we were this age.
I think also, to your point, Cody, what I think of is when we were younger, like, I knew I liked girls from, like, kindergarten, right? I was hiding in a bush trying to get somebody to smooch me. So I knew I was a straight kid. And so if I had come out as straight, that would have been. But when we were kids, it was like you didn't know what you didn't know. Like
and
Poundcake
says. You
didn't talk about it. So it was like it was a much more binary choice, where now kids are like, okay, there's things, one of these things is going to comport with how I feel. And now it has a name.
Right.
And now that's so.
And it's not as taboo to talk about. Because also, especially if you're a boy, if you were a boy that everyone suspected was gay, everybody was calling you that, and you'd fight against it. Like you would.
Right. Well, it doesn't really seem to be that way. Even when my daughter's telling me these things, I'm concerned with how she's going to be treated in school. It really doesn't seem that way anymore. Everybody seems very supportive. Her teachers are very, very supportive. We've had conversations with them about it. And I think some of these kids do it because it seems to be like you're getting way more attention for that. Some of them, it doesn't seem to be like they're really interested. It just seems to be an attention grabber. But I mean, at 13, 14 years old, these kids are all over the place.
Attention grabber, but also trying to fit in because everybody else has got something. So you go, oh yeah, well I'm that too.
Yeah.
And I think it's a very harmless way to experiment and feel like there's not such a strict boundary on sexuality like we were all taught there is when we were that age, because there was, first of all, you were supposed to like girls, but then you weren't supposed to do anything about it until you were 25 years old and married. Like it's like ridiculous.
Yeah, throw religion into the mix.
Yeah,
Right.
plus, thank you, Cody. I appreciate the call, man. There's Cody out in Orville. Plus, I think of my older daughter, who is now a freshman in college, but a girl that she has known since middle school. They did theater together for years and years and years. And now she and her peer group, they're all freshmen in college. And her friend came out as trans, a trans man, and wanted top surgery. So, which is all well and good. That's great. She launched a GoFundMe for it. And that's where you see kind of you see where people set their boundaries. Because I was hearing murmuring from like other parents. One of them mentioned it to me in passing, and I think she was trying to feel me out. But basically she was telling me like, I'm all for it and good for her.
I think it's an overstep.
But she can't expect us to pay for it. And I'm like, well, she's not asking us to do that. She just posted a GoFundMe because this is what she wants to do. If she doesn't get enough money, she can't do it. I mean, but I was surprised that this person, people have their own limits, I guess. And for this person that was talking to me, and I was just very kind of, that was the first I had heard of it. So I was just kind of coming to that. I was like, well,
that would probably
that's great for her. And I hope that it works out. And, I kicked in a little bit, but I mean,
and nobody has to, but that's why it's
you're not required. It's not.
To do
yeah,
that.
it's like any other situation. If your friend starts a GoFundMe because they got hurt in a car wreck,
but you
don't have to contribute to it.
Even if it was like my own kid or like my own family member, I feel like I would still be skeptical because I'm one of those people who I don't want to do surgery unless it's absolutely necessary. And when you're 18 and of age and can afford it, by all means. If that's what you're meant to do, then that's what you're meant to do. But I don't want to feel any guilt if you go under the knife or something like that and something happens to you or years down the line.
Well, why would you feel guilty?
Because I would. I feel guilty for something like that.
But that's on you,
How come
not
you
on
don't feel
them.
guilty about all the things you do to us?
What do you mean?
I don't know. You just put us through a lot.
Okay. Well, I'm not making
His back's up.
surgery.
Okay.
No, well, my son, he got top surgery when he was 18 years old. And was it 18? Yeah, 18. So that was 2 years ago now. And we paid for it. My wife and I paid for it. Ex-wife paid for it together. And it was really important to him because, and again, he was going to psychiatrists on the regular. He was, he was ready for it. Because he was the dysphoria that you have seeing the body that you have, and it's not the body that you feel like you should be in, is very jarring. And it's a very hard thing to reconcile.
You also have to have way more consultations than people who are anti-trans realize. They think you walk in and the doctor goes, okay, we'll chop everything off. They go, man, you got to jump through hoops.
When it comes to the amount of doctor's appointments that I took my son to over the years, it was almost every single week for 7 years.
Yeah.
We were going to...
Damn, that's expensive in itself.
It was, yeah. There's a lot that goes into it.
So
I mean, from the 2015 when he told me to so that was 6 years of doctor's appointments before he got top surgery. So many doctor's appointments, and people talk about kids going through phases or wanting to do it for attention. Yes, there are kids that do that, but they don't go to the doctor's appointments. When the doctor's appointments start happening, usually they'll stop or they'll find an interest in something else. My son never canceled one. He never missed one. It was the most important thing to him, and he showed that to us time and time again, where he was ready for it. And he was doing the work to go down that road. Whereas if I had seen even a little bit of a waiver, I would have questioned it. But
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yeah, he had such a drive that I was like, okay, I see that this is what he needs.
Well, I would just say to you, Bill, I am offended that your son did that because he has been a man shorter than I have, and he's thriving at it.
What?
He's thriving at it a lot better than I have.
He's more of a man than you'll ever be.
He's like, I got it together. This man thing isn't so bad. What are you talking about? I'm dying over here. I hate it. So, but again, in my small little mind, I would think the same thing. I'm like, I wouldn't approve of my kid getting a nose. There are kids that get nose jobs for their birthdays. I wouldn't buy my kid a nose job. I wouldn't buy my kid boob implants. None of that. None of that.
Well, let's keep in mind that you can't buy your kids anything because you can't buy yourself anything.
Well, good. So you know you're not getting it. Don't come at me with your little GoFundMe. Go fund yourself.
You go fund yourself.
You go fund yourself.
I'm funded, buddy.
You want to talk to Jenna out in Poland?
Yeah.
Hey, Jenna.
Yes.
Hey, what's up?
I had a question. Do you guys still have that one promo with Darnell in it where he's singing, "It's Alan Cox on MMS"? Do you guys still have that one?
Oh, God, that's Jenna. That sounds so old. It doesn't ring a bell with me. I don't think that I do. I have Darnell's original music, but I don't think that I have. I don't think I have that. No, I rotate those pretty frequently.
Oh, okay.
Why? Why were you looking for that?
I don't know. It just popped into my head the other day, and I was just wondering if you guys have it.
I don't think that I have it. What are you doing today?
Helping my mom decorate the tree.
Oh, good. Okay. Is that okay? You live there with mom and dad in Poland?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. A lot of the voicemails that we'll get from Jenna, she is talking about treating her friends poorly. And you mentioned so many different people, Jenna, in your voicemails. It's kind of hard to keep track of them. But it sounds like you might be in some contentious relationships.
Yeah, and my mom, like, right now, she just put me on a guilt trip because there's a Christmas party on the 21st, and there's this guy that I like, and I just take my anger out on him and leave him all these mean, like, messages and mean
Wow.
voicemails.
You just became Poundcake's favorite person, by the way.
Jenna, my caller.
Yep, he loves that. Well, yeah, I played a Sweet Nothings yesterday, and it was you saying it's beginning to look a lot like a guilt trip, and it was so out of context that have you gotten that squared away, or is it still working itself
No,
out?
I'm trying to figure out how to deal with that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, have fun with the tree, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jenna.
Okay, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you
Happy
too.
holidays.
Darnell.
And
This song is called
Yep. What's it called?
A Love for All Seasons.
Right. I think of this as a Christmas song.
Tonight, it's a love for all seasons tonight. Winter, spring, summer, and fall, it's alright. Yeah, it's a party right here tonight. Tonight.
Did we determine if, perhaps we've already covered it, is Jenna in a wheelchair?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so either, right? Like, Darnell is infirmed. Yeah. Like, he's, that's how he gets around. But, all right. Don't sleep on the humming. That's what gives it that extra sweet touch. Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful song.
Y'all getting cold for Christmas. Y'all getting
Cole. You know, people with birthdays around Christmas get screwed. You know, Gwen's birthday is about a week before Christmas. My son turns 22 tomorrow. And I'm so awful at getting gifts that I'm just like, I'll get Gwen a big spa day and, that whole thing. But I hit my son up and I go, because my daughter's Christmas concert at Michigan State is Saturday, so we're going to see them then. But I don't think my son's going to be there because he has a DJ gig that night. And so I'm kind of like, hey, I wanted to take him to Future and Kodak Black in Detroit next month. And he was like, yeah, maybe. And I was like, okay. I was hoping he'd be like really into it, but it didn't sound like he's that, like he likes somebody, goes, I don't know about you, whatever.
Oh, I love
So now well, yeah, it'd be fun. It's Future, Kodak Black, and Jeezy. And so I go, well, how about if we go to that? And because I took my daughter to Billie Eilish back in March. And that was like a graduation present. And so I was like, oh, well, why don't we go to this next month? It'll be your birthday present, whatever. It's usually birthday / Christmas, you know, because that's what you have to do if you have a birthday in December. But I don't think he was that into it. So I'm like, oh, now I got to come up with something. I thought I had, it was actually Gwen's suggestion. I thought that I had hit the bullseye with that. But now I'm back to 0. So I don't know. Because I usually just, my son's going to be 22 tomorrow. My daughter's 18. I usually just give him money.
Yeah.
Which feels really impersonal, but I'm like, they're both in college. They always need money. So I'm like, I would rather just like Venmo them. It's really impersonal for a birthday or something. But I also, I would never have complained if my parents were like, here's money for your birthday or whatever. Thank you.
Yeah, my daughter's birthday's around Christmas, and she's getting ready for a party. And I was like, hey, do you want to celebrate your birthday party at Chris McQuanzica? And she's actually really pumped about that. And I was like, that's great, because I can have them come and enjoy the show.
You going to bring her up?
I don't know if I'll bring her up on stage. I don't think she would be into that, but
Right.
she likes to come to the show, and she wants to, you know, she's more of a fan of Jasmine than anything. She's excited about that. She doesn't care about my comedy, but Jasmine Carter.
Oh, Jasmine Carter's funny. And she's foxy too.
Yeah. So she's excited about that. But we always have to make sure we do something for her birthday and don't just lump it all into Christmas. So, you know, she'll come to the show, I'll give her some money, and she'll have a good time. And her friends will be like, oh, your dad is so famous. Which is always a cool thing.
It's like all the girls at my son's high school graduation party. They were like, are you the one who's Instagram? You're Jude's dad. Yes. That was the big thing.
Yeah.
That I'm Instagram verified.
Not that you've been on the radio for 30 years.
Well, they don't care about that.
Right.
And I wouldn't expect him to either. I didn't expect him to. I mean, I've been around his friends their whole lives, right? So, like, I know who everybody is and vice versa. But it was just the ones that didn't know. They were like, are you Jude's dad? I go, yeah. They go, you're Instagram verified? I go, I guess, yeah. It's not something I think about a lot. Boy, that was, once word made its way through the party that his dad was Instagram verified. That's all anybody cared about.
Your son is a Sagittarius?
I mean, his birthday's tomorrow. Is that what that is?
I think he's a Sagittarius. Yeah.
All right.
And what does that mean?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, nothing? Well, why is it a big deal?
It seems like it's something.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's a Vegetarius, man. Yeah. All right.
Weird dad
Because, yeah. Because what, Poundcake?
No, the Sagittarius are just fun. They're just very fun people.
How so? That's all made up.
They're what? I don't know.
I mean, my wife's a Sagittarius, too.
Yes, I know. If they're born around a certain time, Sagittarius are just fun.
That means my dad is also a Sagittarius. You still want to go on with that? Sagittariuses are fun.
You probably don't know your dad like I know your dad, Bill.
The hell does that mean?
What does that mean?
God. He's just wild about saffron.
In the biblical sense.
Huh.
You trying to get me back for how I'm talking about your mom?
Yes.
It's not working.
You want to pass your dad off on me? Fine.
I don't think you're going to find a willing participant in whatever you're trying to sell.
I need to get laid before the year is done, man. I can't do this anymore.
Man, he really is. He's hurting.
Why?
Especially with this new
Why aren't you going out with people?
Because I don't want to. I just want.
Well, that's a good way to get yourself laid.
Can you just come in, turn off your headlights, and then don't say anything, and then leave after?
Turn off your headlights. No, keep the headlights on. I like the shadows cast across the wall.
I hate that. I hate when they pull up in the driveway all high and mighty. And then they
high and mighty.
I don't want people to know. Like
Do you know what high and mighty means?
Yeah, but they have all the confidence. They just pull up in the driveway, music beating, like they, and they just like want to park there. I'm like, no, park on the street first off, and be discreet. Like, even though I'm gay and I'm
they pull up and you just hear the muffled, loud music in the car.
And they're like, "Is this your car? Is this your house?" I hear myself on speakerphone inside of their car. I'm like, "It's me, yes." Shh, quiet. My roommate's sleeping. All right. Turn everything off, and then you hear.
That's him banging his dong against the front door.
I was like, I told you, like I was coming. You don't have to like open the door. You don't have to knock on the door like that.
Uh-huh.
Sick of it. I hate them. And then when I got a big load, I go put it in there.
But what happens? What does he say when it's all done?
Oh, you just made a mess. Now get out. Get out. Big ones, small ones, skinny ones, tall ones, brown ones, black ones, round ones, fat ones.
Oh, boy.
I do have a huge penis.
All right, listen, I'm late here. I've got to go. If you want to drop the last word, shoot me a text, 35192. We'll take the last break here, come back, wrap everything up, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.